Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, no chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki. Back at it again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in, Iwan. We got Dan as well in chat. I lost the Karen. Yeah, hey, bro, it's been a long day, okay? Let me fucking tell you about my day, okay? Let me tell you about my day. I woke up at about 10:30 p.m. my time, okay? So imagine this, you get a phone call at like 10:30. Actually, I have a missed call from Bricky as well. Like, I have like a missed call from Bricky, then a voice note from Bricky. That's wait, one second. Let me listen to it again. Yeah, so I basically have like a missed call, and then Bricky going, "Teriyaki, are you there? It's Bricky. I'd like to speak to you." Well, I can tell, and then another missed call from Bricky because I could basically tell based on that, like Bricky was basically screaming into the phone, "Wake up, you daft cunt!" All this kind of shit, and then done the voice special, all this kind of shit, and then basically Steelmore came up to me and says, "Teriyaki, can you fill in for his partner for his debate?" And I was like, "Anytime, any place, anywhere, any topic, baby, let's go." And I forgot that like Steelborn had the debate against Destiny. And yeah, well, like I said, folks, it went through. Your boy went against Destiny. Like I said, unfortunately, couldn't stream. Also, it was like last minute, all this kind of shit. But if you check out the YouTube videos, there should be a new video every 2 hours for the next couple of days. We'll give you the whole back and forth. But like I said, it was a great experience, and shout out to Steelborn. Thank you very kindly for giving me the opportunity. But folks, without further ado, this is Wheel of Madness, baby. Let's start the motherfucking show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is going to be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. So yeah, like I said, crazy day, kind of like back and forth into it, all this kind of shit, as they say. But like I said, folks, we back at it again. Also, shout out to the mods as well, because of the reason why I mentioned all the Destiny thing and all that is just stay frosty in chat, because already my ex and the comment section of the YouTube is starting to come under attack, as they would say. So just keep a frosty eye from any like weird messages. Like I said, like bit of the roast and all this kind of shit. Always appreciate it. Always welcome. But a bit of kind of like just the weird shit, like anything that's trying to get the channel taken down, all that kind of shit. Just keep frosty, or a little bit extra frosty for any of that those shenanigans. But other than that, folks, as I usually say, this is the Wheel of Madness, meaning we got ourselves a wheel. We got some prompts on the wheel. We're going to have some crack. You know what I'm saying? So, everyone in chat, if you're new to the chat, don't be afraid. We got a menu down below. This has a vast series of moves. One of the main ones of which is the spin wheel move. That, ladies and gentlemen, is only $10. It means it's $10 to spin the wheel, which moves the conversation on, changes the prompt to a new prompt itself. If you are tired and sick of what we're talking about on screen, you can send $10 it trolls the panel, and it moves the conversation along. Folks, we also have a change wheel option. It's like, what you mean change wheel? Are we talking about the changing of the colors, or what are we talking about? Changing the wheel means you changed the theme of the wheel. The current theme on today's episode is pop culture. Okay, a bit nice and easy one, you know what I'm saying? We also have options of a dating themes. We also have religious themes. We have philosophical themes, and we also have political themes. So if you want to change the theme, it's only $25. And folks, if there's a particular prompt that comes up that you really want us to nail down and drill in on and extract as much meat off the bone as possible, it costs you $50. Also, folks, if you do like the memes, the memes as they say, it only costs you $5. You can throw them in at any time you wish. Also, if you want a specific topic, if you want to change the prompt to an exact wording you want or an exact prompt you want, it is only $20. And if you want a specific song to be read out, if you want to know what they look like, again, just check the YouTube page, the video section of the YouTube page. There's plenty of ones done with the Russian accent, with Jamaican accent. Plenty of songs that can be read out in funny voices. So that's an option as well. Folks, as well, if there's anybody on panel you don't particularly like the look of, including myself, if you say, Tarek, I want you in the back for 5 minutes, it only costs you $5 to put someone in the back for 5 minutes. Minimum of 5, of course. And 24-hour ban, unban, if you want to say they're off the panel for the night, it's $100, and I'm excluded from that move, but that move only. And then finally, folks, did you know that that YouTube are thieving bastards? They take 30%. If you want to avoid giving YouTube 30% of your money, use the PayPal or Ko-Fi links. They should be pinned. They're on screen as well. You can use the PayPal or Ko-Fi, and you get 50% extra when you use the PayPal or Ko-Fi links, folks. That means if you want, if you were to spend $10 on a super chat, you would get one spin of the wheel. But if you were to spend $10 on the Ko-Fi or PayPal, you'd get a spin of the wheel, and you'd get yourself a free meme choice as well, folks. But other than that, I think we're just about ready to spin that wheel. Are we? Oh shit, we got the raid as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let me play the clip. Because we got memes for all sorts of things. Welcome into Easy. Thank you very kindly for the raid. And because it's easy, you know we played a second clip.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Absolute MVP. Shout out to Easy. Thank you very kindly, sir. And everyone else in chat, welcome in. Pull up a chair if you want to join the madness. The link is pinned, as they say. And yes, hitting the super chat goal is the most important. So like I said, if you hit that YouTube super chat goal, we won't be taking a group break in about an hour's time. If you don't hit it, then we go into the group break, and then it specifically only becomes PayPal or Ko-Fi. If you want to get a head jump on that as well, you can either send the super chats, or you can just send the $20 direct on the Ko-Fi right now. And then, like I said, it will skip the next group break as well. But folks, without further ado, I think it's about time. to spin that motherfucking wheel.
Spin it! Wow!
Like I said, just to reiterate for all the folks at home, this is, oh yes, of course. We now also, just to give you an example of the premium memes, because also if you hit the YouTube super chat goal, you do get a premium meme. To give an example what a premium meme is, it's one that's extended and more so a mic drop moment. Just like our boy Easy when he taught us about logic.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. Yeah, you don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to
bro.
ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
That's what they call one of the premium memes, okay? Absolute mic drop moments. We got one for Andrews. We got all kinds. We got all kinds of premium memes, including the Hodge twins, of course. So again, folks, let me know. But we're starting today's show with what is the all-time greatest video game. And I want like a specific answer here. We can't just do the whole lazy answers of the franchises. You know what I mean? Although that is a nice place to start to give you kind of like general ideas, etc., etc. But for me, there's see when we're saying games, you know. Well, we're specifically talking about like video games, but even in terms of like video games, like are we talking like Pokemon, for example, or are we to compare like the likes of Pokemon with FIFA, to compare it to Grand Theft Auto Vice City, maybe, or Liberty City. Maybe you're more of a Los Santos kind of a guy, because like fundamentally when you're talking about a game, like what are the quote unquote expectations? I mean, we went over this a lot with from the Nerds of Reason episode with Spyro and EOD in terms of the Zelda. Like apparently part of a Zelda game is pushing the boundaries of what we think a game even is. You know what I mean? So like give you an example of what I mean. Like, is GTA a shooter game? Is it a racing game? Is it because we have all these different genres of games. Like what genre does GTA necessarily fit into? You know what I mean? That's why I bring up like when you talk about like the driving mechanics and the gameplay that's in the actual game, that the level of quality that they put into the game. Because there's been plenty of games where it's all about, let's say it's a shooter game or whatever, but for some parts of the mission you're actually driving a car, but you're only able to drive a car in that mission, and even with that the mechanics in it are pretty poor and all this kind of stuff as well. Whereas when we look at like an overall game like GTA, it generally tends to try and expand and have like robust systems and all these different niches or genres that would make itself an own independent game. So for example, like the racing is one aspect of the game. The shooting is another aspect of the game. And then also there's this whole kind of like aspect of like the storyline of a game. You know what I mean? But like that's another part to it as well. And again, shout out to William as well. Let's build up the spin bank. I forgot to post the spin bank. I always forget to post something. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. It is what it is. And also shout out to Jack. Well, hey, that's what I'm saying, man. You know, like that's why I keep telling people to go to VK on Fridays, because like that's the only way you're going to be able to track progress is if you keep showing up and you say, okay, right. You know, before I didn't have any chance, or I was first off, or I was constantly getting muted, or whatever. Second time, I made it to the semifinals, or third time, I made the semifinals. You know what I mean? Track your progress. You know what I mean? Speaking of progress, folks, we are at $0 for the spin bank, so we are stuck listening to me talking nerd out about video games until then. So this is what I'm saying. Sometimes I secretly get to win on the Wheel of Madness. You know how it is with our boy Pepe. But that's one aspect in terms of the GTA and how it's very difficult to define what we're actually talking about when we're talking about a game. And that's why I kind of say, okay, well then GTA is like more so it has like everything, so it's kind of like an everything game. But then I can rebut and say, well, if that's kind of like its own genre, then can we put, like, let's say World of Warcraft into its own genre? And then are we saying that everything games are better than like the individual genre specific games? You know what I mean? Like, can we say that like GTA or anything with the same genre as GTA is just automatically in a better category than the rest of these games? Like, how are we defining greatest? Like, what is the criteria? Because like that's like, not only is that part of the discussion, I think that's like the fundamental or the start of the discussion is like, okay, like the categories, like the actual definition of what we're putting into place, or the actual, for lack of better terminology, like at the skeleton framework that we're putting in place of like what actually defines the greatest game. You know what I mean? Jack's there. He's waiting in the shadows. You know what I mean? He says I was there stretching, taking a bathroom break. You know what I'm saying? Well deserved, as they say. I have very little game knowledge beside games like Mario Kart, one of the Resident Evils, I don't recall which, and Mortal Kombat. It's not bad. It's not a bad lineup. Not a bad lineup, Shantae. You know what I'm saying? And again, props to Jack. You love to see it. You love to see it. And we got William saying he even earned his way on by challenging someone for their spots. It's risky because if you lose the 1v1, you'll have to get revived. Exactly. You know what I mean? Rather than waiting in queue, you can do the I'll pay for the 1v1, but if you lose that, then not only are you stuck waiting in the queue, but you also then have to pay for the revive as well. You know what I mean? The double-edged sword, as they say. The creator which saying, did you used to play Mortal Kombat when I was young? Hey, what can I say? And as they say, you absolutely killed it. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jack of Blades. Welcome to the show.
Hey. What up?
Good yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good. I didn't expect to make it quite that far, you know. I think I did definitely better than I did last time, but you know, I was big you know, in there with some heavy hitters, you know. So that was kind of that was difficult, I will say.
And I guess we can kind of do like the post game interview. It's like what were your thoughts? What was running through your head when you were kind of like making your, like, give us the whole kind of like story as you were making your way closer and closer to the finals. Was it getting more and more in your mind that, oh shit, this could be it? This could be the potentiality.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's definitely what you get to when you get kind of that close. I mean, even when you're kind of you know, semifinals, finals territory, yeah, you're definitely thinking it's possible for sure. And you know, I got pretty much third place there, as close as you can kind of be to it. You know, it's you know, it's kind of, if you think about it in the really you know, granular view, you know, third person perspective, it's kind of like how you think about like a tournament style thing. You know, when you think of like the Super Bowl, you think of there has to be two teams, you know, and yeah, I mean, I was real close right there. I did good. I feel like it did a pretty good job. I definitely had some hiccups. I can see where things I can improve on, and I think that's ultimately what you're looking for, and you're just looking to have a good time, you know, and I felt like that was achieved.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And is there anything that was kind of like you feel as though you could have done better, or any kind of like key mistakes that you thought, boom, I think that might have got me? Or,
well, on the first one, I mistaked it right at first, until he had said something about it. I thought that we were talking about voting, but then I realized we were talking about citizenship, and really that was going to be my argument either way. But I messed up with that, and then I don't think I messed so much up in the middle one. But then the later one that we had, I felt that there was definitely some things I could have clarified better, and some things that I could have, like other examples I maybe could have brought up, and just you know, polish that, you know. But you know, overall I did pretty well, you know, being pretty nervous. It's only my second time I've been up there, and the first time I was up, I was pretty much instantly out. People didn't know me as much though, and that was pretty early on. I feel like I had better experience this time around, and you know, willing to give it a try. Didn't expect to win or to even get, like I said, that close to it, but yeah, I feel like it went over pretty well. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it, honestly. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And is there any kind of like what would be the best way to like kind of like tips that you'd say to like newcomers, or like anything that you kind of like say that you might have had, like, let's say like an initial thought of like what it was like versus what it actually turned out to be, or kind of like from that aspect, if you get me?
Well, I mean, obviously you're nervous and you don't think that you can string arguments together, but the only way you're gonna know is through practice, going up and trying it and testing yourself. And like I said, the first time I went through it, I lost. I mean, I was out pretty quick. I was definitely, introduced, and then, I didn't get to say much, and then I was out on a topic that I didn't feel too strongly about. Um, and that prompt even came up again, but he had skipped it for me, but yeah, I mean, just going through the whole thing, you just gotta try it, um, and just kind of think your things through, and listen to them as much as hopefully they're listening to you, and um, just have fun with it. Just learn. That's all it is. You can't expect to go out and win your first one, hell, even your second one. So I'm just happy I came up that close. I mean, that was almost finals. Like I wouldn't have thought about that today. So yeah, even in defeat, you could still learn something and be happy about it.
100%. And like Shante says, just call everyone a cunt, Jack. If you just call everyone a cunt, you'll start doing
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I know that there was definitely a couple times where, like I said, Easy's very passionate as well, and I'm passionate about the other side of that. And I didn't know JS would be too, so that was a pleasant surprise there on it. And it was a good debate. I really enjoyed that.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah, as they say, Jack. But yeah, no, it's great to hear. And like I said, like it was the same thing before, like if anyone remembers, like James, like he started out was like very like shy, timid, like first time, like didn't really stick around too long and all this stuff. And then, like I said, by the end, it was like, geez, we can't get this cunt to shut the fuck up. Do you know what I mean? went the complete
Yeah.
opposite way, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
like it's beautiful to see like people kind of like come forth to kind of blossom and all this kind of thing. But yeah, it's great to hear, Jack, and it's great to see, like I said, kind of like first time, like you said, it was kind of like out straight away kind of thing, and now it's, hang on a second, I was 2 places away from being first, baby. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
think about it, if it was like the only 2 people that finished ahead of you was JS and Easy, and to be honest, like when JS gets down to the final, Williams is going to take him out, so it's realistically you finish second,
Yeah. Yeah. It was a good time. I had a lot of fun. That was a good time.
And speaking of which, Jack, on to this prompt.
Yeah.
Fuck, as everything falls over. What is the all-time greatest video game in your opinion, sir?
I have a few, but if I had to say one, like the GOAT, I'd say Mass Effect. I literally played that game 8 times in a row, which I've never done with another game. I've never played another game like back to back where I played the game and then I literally like the next moment went, yeah, I'm gonna play another one, and just restarted and kept playing, and that happened 8 times in a row until I got all the endings possible. I just felt like the game it came out the right time, and it really was an advancement, and just beautiful graphics, and I just feel like the whole game kind of, even with just the action perspective, was really unique, and I felt like the story was brilliant. I love the story, and just to get the different reactions to see how they react to everything. Facial reactions were beautiful. Scenery, it just felt like it had the whole package. Did you ever play Mass Effect?
I think I played like the first one, or like the first one on Xbox or something like that.
Yeah.
And
Not a big fan?
I was for me, I think it was like I get the whole like RPG or like the MMORPG kind of aspect.
Yeah.
But in terms of like the space stuff, never really got it for me. Whereas like with the WoW, whatever way they do that system, the fact that it's like, and it's like a general thing, I guess, in like combat games in general, like COD, for example, when they had the like I don't know if they didn't initially have it, but it's like they kind of have the, let's say, like the sniper class or the soldier class or whatever kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like anytime I've noticed that like games have tried to make archetypes and then like stick to those strict archetype designs, eventually it fades out or it just doesn't work. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
gameplay gets compromised too much to a point where it's like it loses its value. Whereas for
Um,
me, WoW just instinctively just has that kind of natural thing that like a warrior will always be the person that wants to charge head first into a crowd. The like the mage is always the intellectual that kind of sits back and micromanages from the distance kind of thing. Like different kind of like aspects and or like of the personality that somehow linked to the archetypes that they're designing in the game as well. But go ahead.
What about because you like more of like I've heard you made this comparison with WoW is Lord of the Rings, like it's Lord of the Ring esque, you know. I also enjoyed the Twin Towers game that they had. I think it was for PlayStation 2. I think
Mm-hmm.
that was a really good game. I felt like that did well with the story and the action, and it was great. It followed along with that timeline within the movie, and it felt pretty freeing. Another one, I don't know how you feel about this, but Final Fantasy X. Did you ever play Final Fantasy X?
No.
Okay, that was another good game where around its time it was coming in. I think I don't know what time period in the PlayStation 2, but it really pushed the graphics, and it had a brilliant story as well. Summonings were amazing, and I don't really like other Final Fantasies because they are timed. Where Final Fantasy X was the only one that wasn't timed. So you could just literally walk away and be like, "Oh, I'm going to cook," and just leave it, and it would just stay where it's at in the middle of a battle. I like that. And then Fable. I'd say probably all three Fables are good, but Fable 3 was really good as well, though. That kind of pushed it as well.
I don't know about Fable 3, bruh.
You don't
Like
know about Fable 3?
when you buy the castle and then it's like you do this whole epic quest and then all of these like tranny shit. Like that's what you were basically doing all this effort for. Like, cause like the castle cost how much? Like 5 million or something crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was expensive. Yeah, I do remember that.
And it's like your prize is you can do something that you can literally do on the fucking character creation screen. It's like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, it was just one of those things that they added in. I would agree that probably wasn't good, but I mean, Fable 1 was really good, and even 2 was pretty good as well. But I think overall, until that point, 3 was pretty good. I would agree that it does bring it down a little bit.
But what about GTA?
I mean, GTAs are really good. 4 and 5 are really good. Even 3 was decent, and San Andreas was pretty good and innovative in its own way. But I really liked 4. I think the 4 is the best out of the series.
With Nico Bellic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have
I like the
liking to the Uncle Nico.
Yeah, yeah. I liked the bowling in that game. I also liked because I'd always start fights in the bowling ring. That's for whatever reason that was my stomping grounds. I don't know why, but dude, you can do some crazy shit in that bowling alley. Like I don't know if yeah, it's crazy. And I'd spend time at the bars usually. That was a lot of fun. And then the physics in the game were just hilarious. Those are the best physics in a game, period. I also had a lot of fun with Red Dead Redemption 2. That was a real fun game. I'd say that's up there in kind of GOAT status, really.
But like in terms of that main thing that I was pointing to, like that skeleton framework, like what is there like an objective system that we can start kind of like trying to uncover here that basically should map out like how we ought judge what the greatest video games are?
Well, not recent games. So definitely no bugs. No woke shit. Just make it how it is, like original. Or if you're making even a non-original story, at least like stick to source. I think those are good frameworks already. Before adding to that, I think it just differs from video games because obviously sports has their own section, and MMOs and RTSs and point and clicks and there's so many different genres now. It didn't used to be like kind of probably when we first started playing video games. It's quite ridiculous, but in some ways that's good, in some ways that's kind of bad because, like I said, a lot of the market now kind of is it's not very good. Like I don't like a lot of people personally, and then this is probably gonna be a hot take, but a lot of people have high hopes that GTA 6 is just gonna blow it out the water. I think I'm the only one hesitant on that train. I'm just hesitant. I gotta see when it's gonna come out. I just can't pre-order games anymore. I used to go to the midnight gatherings for like Halo 3. Dude, people were so amped about that game. That's another GOAT status game. Halo series was great. The PS2, Xbox 360 era was the most fun I ever had gaming. The best games came out in between that time. Don't get me wrong, PlayStation was great. And things that even came out afterward were great, but I think those were the best era.
Like, but this is what I'm saying in terms of kind of like are we? Well, okay, a fair critique to GTA 6 is that they eventually got to them and it's all going to be fake and gay and all this kind of shit. But one thing I would point out is like GTA was always there for like pushing the boundaries. Like remember like their whole critique, like why like some certain Christians wanted to ban GTA back in the day is because it has prostitution in it and all this kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
So it's like just because like let's say if it does have like trans in it, but it's like kind of along those like similar Rockstar kind of like style characters where it's like let's say a Trevor kind of like individual and all this kind of shit. Like in terms of the like is that really going to ruin the game? Because there's like characters in it that's like trans or whatever, even though like that is technically part of the culture and GTA's whole vibe has been to like emulate what the culture is in a parody-esque way.
So no, the answer is no. But the problem with that is they push it down your throat, and that's the part that I hate.
What you mean?
I mean, they force it down your throat. That's what I mean.
Like Rockstar do?
No, I don't know how they'll do it. I'm just saying generally that's how it's been done. If they do it the right way, I don't particularly have too much of a problem with it. I mean, I'm opposed to it, but I'd play it. But I don't know. It just has to be done well, And don't get me wrong, the name is done well. I'm sure they will do well, but I just got to see it before, Just got to see it.
But like when you're saying like they just shove it down your throat, like that's what I'm trying to look for. Like what would be the example of like Rockstar, let's say, trying to shove it down your throat versus it being done well?
What do you mean?
Oh, that's what I'm asking you. Like, what do you mean?
Oh, I just feel like a lot of the time when it's introduced in a lot of states, and even within when they do it in like video games and stuff like that, I just feel like they kind of really push it on you. They aren't subtle about it. It isn't part of the story. It's just it feels like it's out of place. It's like kind of like, why is that there? And like I said, if it flows into the story and they do it well, I have no problem with it. I really don't. I mean, I'm opposed to it, obviously, but at the same time, I'm not going to be like, well, I'm not going to play the game. You know?
Yeah, and
But they just
like, that
got to do
whole
it
kinda,
right.
like, out of place, similar to like what would be out of place of like not getting donations, which is why we're going to do a forced grip break. We're going to start the grip break early, folks. We need to get the spin bank rolling. Otherwise, we're just going to be nerding out for the whole show. So, chat, let's get her done. Any spare shekels? Let's go.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one, or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
And we're back, folks. Shout out to Creative Witch UK with the £5. Since the pound is worth more than the dollar. Got a rubber face in it, you know. It's Creative Witch UK. We dealing with the Queen's money, not no American dollary dues or whatever the fuck they call it. And Jack of Blades as well with the gifted membership. Thank you very kindly, sir. And we got Austin Martindale, 83.96. But that puts us up to $8 in the bank, if my math is correct. Let me know if I am wrong. Well, we got Shantae with the Ko-Fi, If I think it is what it is it $2? It is $2 from Shante as well, so we're officially up to a full $10 in the spin bank, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know when you want to spin it. But at the moment, we're currently nerding out with video games. And like I said, I think in terms of the in terms of like for me, I'd have to go with I'd have to go with World of Warcraft, although GTA would probably be a close second.
Okay. Okay. I can respect that. You know, a lot of people usually put GTA towards the top anyway, so I don't usually have a problem with it. But just so we can preserve the 10, I want to say spin that wheel.
My man, he says, I'm going to protect you. I'm gonna save you
Yep.
a bit of moolah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I'm gonna hit you with
Haters gonna hate. And ain'ters gonna ain't.
That is not an actual thing people say.
haters gonna hate. Spin that wheel, Terriac.
Spin it! Wow!
Now, Jack, Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones?
Well, yeah, this one's a hard one for me, and I'll state why. I've never seen Game of Thrones. I've heard it's great. But I think even if I seen it, I'd still go with Lord of the Rings because that's how good it was. So, what do you think? What do you think?
Well, to me, it should come down to like it pretty much the exact same thing. It's basically just like Lord of the Rings, but like the drama side of all the Lord of the Rings. Like when Frodo and the boys were having this epic journey, here's all the drama between the families before the big fight happened. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what it feels like to me. It feels like, you know, if Lord of the Rings was never a thing, it doesn't really seem as Game of Thrones is going to be that big. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's a hot take or what one might say or anything like that, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, and without me really, like watching Game of Thrones, it's just hard for me to compare. But going through Lord of the Rings, like, is that just talking about the three, or is that talking about the 6 movies?
What do you mean? Oh, so you're asking like, are we including the Hobbit?
Yeah.
Oh wait. It depends. Like, does including the Hobbit make Lord of the Rings worse, or does it make better?
It makes it better.
Okay, why?
Why wouldn't it? It's more Lord of the Rings.
Not an answer to my question.
I'm so confused. They aren't. I mean, they're the same characters, right? It's just the it's kind of like Star Wars, where there was prequels. Yeah.
Yeah, but like just in terms of like just the like as the let's say the trilogy of Lord of the Rings and the first three seasons of Game of Thrones.
I don't know what that looks like though, because I don't know. I never watched Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's the tough side to this, but like with pop culture in general, like it's hard to keep the questions generic or like what's the
well, that's the thing is like a lot of people have watched Game of Thrones, so I probably should get on watching that. But it's just it's aren't they like hour episodes?
But like it's kind of similar. Like I had questions on like Breaking Bad, for example, and then there's like when it came up, like people were like, "Oh, I've never watched Breaking Bad."
Yeah,
I'm like, "Holy shit!" So like that's why again, like I'll kind of like bounce between like at the moment, it bounce between pop culture and religion, purely because like I want to make sure that I kind of like actually start cracking them out and understand like what are bad questions, what are good questions. I think
Yeah.
like in terms of this, it's like it puts too much emphasis on whether or not you actually watched it, whereas like some of the other questions, it's a bit more generic. You don't have to have watched or played the particular thing. Do you know what I mean? Like in terms of video
Yeah, for
games,
sure.
like who can't list one video game that they've played in our generation? You know what I mean?
Right,
Everybody's at
right.
least played one. You know?
Yeah, yeah. Even old people could say they play video games, even if they could say Pong. You know. But yeah, I mean, even if you went with something like, I'm just a bad example. I feel like, so I don't feel like this is a fair to the question. But even if you said Breaking Bad, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know Breaking Bad. Like I haven't seen that either. But that's another great series that I want to watch. You know, and you're supposed to call me a hypocrite because I've watched One Piece, and that's like 1,000 some episodes. So why can't I just watch however many seasons? Very much like, so that's the only thing I hate about something like One Piece. But yeah, I'll just say we'll spin the wheel again. What about that?
He says, "Spin the wheel." Jack, tell us, PC or console, and why?
I mean PC Master Race, right? But I think consoles are definitely cheaper, and you don't have to worry about replacing really the parts in them. So if we're just talking about like regular recreational gaming, I'd say console. But if you're looking at more maybe professional, because you could still play on a controller within PC. So yeah, I think that would be the distinction. Like I feel like if I was playing it kind of professionally or like I was streaming it, I'd want to do it through PC. Um, unless it was like an exclusive to console. But if I was just playing it recreationally, like I just don't care, then I'd prefer to just play it on console.
Yeah, but why? You know what I mean? What is the whole draw between because I would have thought that like after PS2, PS3, like in around that time, like when the Xbox and the Xbox 360 is like after that, I just don't understand why consoles kept going down that line, or like why people kept going for consoles. Because like to me, that's when like PC basically just kind of became its own beast, and like people's kind of like the typical you hear thing is it's like, yeah, PC is just better than console. Like anytime a console debate would pop up, it's like, yeah, like the debate's over. It's PC's the best. I mean,
I feel like PC really took off when Crisis 3 hit. Does anybody remember that? That was a really Marvel, beautiful Unreal Engine, and that really pushed the boundaries of people's PCs. I remember PCs crashing to that game hard, just because they couldn't handle it. It was optimized great, but they just couldn't handle it. But yeah, I mean, overall, like I said, I prefer PC. But if I'm casually kind of just, I don't care. I'm just, it's my own kind of personal thing. Then I prefer to play on console just because I've gotten so used to it. I feel like it's almost like a comfort. But I do agree with you that it's definitely gone down that line, and PC has definitely gone up. There's a lot more you can do with it and everything. But I think there's positives and negatives to both.
yeah, there's generally positive and negatives both on both sides. I'm trying to get like an ultimate argument, because like that's like I said, one thing that I constantly hear is that PC is the best.
Right.
Like, and even people that like only really play console would say, yeah, no, if I could afford if I had an unlimited budget, I would like mainly do on PC and all this kind of shit. And you have the extra capability of like PCs, like it just like integrates with like if you're sending out emails or you're doing work on the computer anyways, like you don't even have to buy a separate machine just to play games, all this kind of shit. So it has it all in one.
Yeah.
So I really
Yeah.
don't understand that. Like, why is there such a draw for console in modern day markets anyway?
I think it's just what you said, though. It just comes to a lot of it comes down to cost. You know, with PCs, it costs a lot to really have something really good. Um, you know, sometimes you could spend a couple grand on it. You know, and it's consoles. I mean, yeah, they're getting up there, but you know,
Well,
a lot
what's
of
the
people
latest
just get
console? Was it PS5 or PS6?
do what? I didn't hear what you
PS5
said.
Pro. The console,
Yeah.
like the latest console. What are they called? Yeah, so like the consoles. Okay, this is on Amazon.ie, a Sony PlayStation 5 Pro, PS5, one DualSense, just one controller white is €935.
It sounds like a lot.
And I can get myself a really good computer for like $1,000 or euro.
Right. Yeah, you can get it pretty decent for 1,000. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like,
Well, it
are
makes sense, I
boys
guess,
just being
in your
retards buying
situation.
consoles and not just getting not just getting a computer?
Well, I don't think they're at least here they're not that much. I don't think. I don't know. I got an Xbox, the latest Xbox, and I got like 2 controllers for that, and then you know I don't even think I paid 1,000 for all that. So
How much do you reckon you paid?
I probably paid because I did a trade in with it, so that's the problem.
Here we go. Yep.
So I did a trade in with it. I traded in my Xbox One, but they didn't really give me that much for it though. So, but even if I took that out, I probably spent maybe 800. Maybe it wasn't that. It might have been less than that. Might have been like 700. But yeah, somewhere in there. Because I think it was on sale as well when I picked it up.
So you're saying, oh yeah, it's not 1,000, but you bought it on sale and with the trade in. What are you doing to me here, Jack?
Hey, you know, you gotta be able to do it how you gotta do it. You know, I didn't need that anymore. I don't need.
I get that. I'm not faulting that whatsoever, Jack. You know, you made a good investment. I'm not mad about that part.
Yeah.
I'm mad about the part where you're saying, oh no, they're nowhere near computers, and it's like, well, about $1,000, and you're like, well, I didn't spend $1,000, and then your time is like, well, I bought it on sale. I'm just saying, in terms of the value of the product, it seems to be $1,000 is like that kind of like mark for like a brand new console kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, would you put it this way, like the PS6 or like the Xbox 5 or whatever the fuck the next Xbox is, the next Xbox, the next PlayStation, like they're going to be 1,000 if not more.
Maybe they might be. Like I said, I don't remember. It could have been 600 for all I know. I'm just saying it wasn't like it wasn't up there. It was 300-400 maybe away. You know, even just 200. Even if I took out the trade and the sale. But you know, I could see that. I could see them getting up to 1,000. I think if you get that discussion going, and you go, well, you could do 1,000 for a computer and get, you know, a decent computer, or you could get, you know, that on console. I feel like that would be a harder argument for people. But yeah, I think ultimately it comes down to cost, because I would want to spend more than just 1,000. You know.
On a computer?
Yeah.
Or a console?
Computer. Like I was thinking about getting me like a 1,600 or maybe the 1,800, maybe even $2,000 PC.
Yeah, I get that, but like, are you talking about that purely just because of the what are they called? Purely
Well, like
just
I
because
said,
of the specs, or because of the like you just want to be able to, or you think that like $2,000 is what you need to spend in order to get a quality computer?
well, I'm looking at like I want to do DJing on it. I want to do editing on it. I want to do streaming on it. You know, it's got to be able to do everything I need it to do. You know.
Shantae says it's all fake and gay, and then Creative Witch. Good answer, Shantae. It's a good answer. It's a solid answer. It's always reliable. Old Betsy, as they say. Creative Wits UK says most I've ever spent is £700, and I run an online business on mine. And like this is kind of echoing what I'm basically trying to say, because basically £700 is basically like $1,000 anyway. Is that like you'll be shocked or amazed like what actual performance is like the bare minimum necessary requirements kind of thing versus like what you can actually either build yourself or like even like the pre-builds as they're called, where basically you just kind of like list out the specifics you want and they assemble it themselves, and it actually works out kind of like a similar enough kind of price than actually making yourself, but you don't actually make all the mistakes and all this kind of shit and break the equipment as you're trying to fit it in. Like in terms of that, like getting like spending like, you know, $1,000, like £700, anywhere between £700 and $1,000, you can get a pretty powerful computer for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's actually a place that's it's not super close to where I live, but it's kind of a little out there. But they have a place that puts the PCs together for you and everything, and they sell everything. And we went and looked through everything. And my roommate bought one, and he spent $1,600, and it can do everything I wanted to do. So, you know, I want to kind of go with that avenue just to be safe with everything. But I also don't have a lot of games that are like really trying to push the boundaries as well, though. But I want something that I won't have to sit there and replace, you know, every year or however many years. I just want to kind of sit on to it until, you know, I can get another one, you know. And that's really the objective, you know, as long as it can handle what I need to handle. But sometimes a lot of the stuff that I need has to have certain requirements, you know, especially when it comes to DJing. You have to have certain audio cards and all that kind of stuff. Plus, I want to do something similar to what you have, where, and there's a couple streamers I know that have this, but you know, have buttons for things, have those, you know, to turn certain things on. I want those things too. So there's a lot that has to go into it, and I have to consider all those things that go plugged into it as well. So I have to have a good power supply and RAM. So that's obviously costly, you know. So,
but like the main thing in like modern kind of computers is like specifically the graphics card. I mean,
yeah.
So it's like in terms of like that's one aspect to it, but then you're also saying about like I want to be able to DJ, which there's also like your decks, which is going to be another thing. And then you're kind of saying the like having that kind of like soundboard kind of like machine as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be like that, like all the accessories and all that kind of stuff is what's going to cost
and a
you.
camera.
But,
yeah.
But I'd rather like I'd just rather kind of like get a good kind of like desktop like machine, and then like with the parts like the monitors, the camera, the mic, like go cheap on them. You know what I mean? Because basically if the computer's not powerful enough, it doesn't matter how powerful your camera is if it can't actually translate the graphics and the detail, the clarity of the image to the ship box anyway. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I'd always say invest in the tower and not in the accessories. And like
for
even
sure,
with like my mic, for example, like there's been multiple people who have more expensive mics than me. They'd say, "Oh, like Tarek has a fancy dancy mic," and I'm like, "Yeah, but it only cost me like £100." And the reason why
you have an excellent mic, I will say that. I don't know how, but that's all you spend on it. I need to.
Yeah,
you need to link that shit
software.
to me.
All software. You know? It's called the Elgato Wavelink. Okay. Or like Wave 1 or Wave 3, I think is the thing. But like that's basically what it is, because it's just purely like what you're investing in is the actual software.
You know what I mean? That's true. Yeah.
and you get like the updates and all this kind of stuff as well. And like I said, in terms of the like my kind of like opinion on it is, yeah, like I'd rather get the same level of performance for a lot cheaper.
Yeah, I agree with you. Because there's definitely, that's the thing about purchasing things. You don't want to get like the absolute. I mean, you can sometimes. Don't get me wrong, but you don't want to get the absolute like lowest end, poorest quality thing. But definitely don't get the highest end shit either. You kind of want to go for the medium, really. You know, where it's kind of the middle of the road. Honestly, that's when I find the best products, especially if you review search them and you just actually like read the reviews. Yeah, most people, as long as they aren't botting, you know, you can find out good things. You know.
So I think we're sold on the PC, right? We ain't gonna
Yeah,
be
I agree
doing
with you
no
overall on
console.
PC. I'm just saying if I'm like I don't care and I'm just sitting around and I don't have those ambitions, I wouldn't care that I'm on a console. You know, unless it was the same price, then I would definitely agree with you on the PC, regardless.
Yeah, but like as we were discussing, Jack, the PC is basically the same price as the console.
Like I said, I was still saving $300 or $400.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not saying in terms of like the particular requirements that you want. Like I'm saying like in terms of like because with a console, it's just specifically gaming. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you can get a better like performance machine if you're just to compare like the actual like machine, like side by side. Like you can get a better desktop than you can a console for the same money.
I've stated my position. I'll just
The
spin the
defense
wheel.
rests, Your Honor.
I'll just spin the wheel.
The defense rests, and we say, spin that motherfucking wheel. Jack, would you rather be in Gryffindor or Slytherin?
Like, are we going by the movie or just like just the houses?
What do you mean?
Well, in the movie, the Gryffindor is the winners, right? Slytherin, no one really won Slytherin. Like, why would you want to be on a team of losers? You know?
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
did they win
terms of
anything?
Slytherin?
Yeah.
Like which year? Are you talking about like the first year?
I'm just speaking on any. Like, did they win at all?
Yeah, like the whole thing around like the first year it happened also because like Slytherin typically wins, I think, the House Cup each year. The fact that Gryffindor was able to sneak that win despite Dumbledore doing his little trickery and all this kind of shit. That's basically was like the what went on there. Like when you look at like what does Slytherin represent? Like Slytherin represents like the intellect, but with the intellect you get that kind of, you know, Malfoy kind of type attitude where it's like, oh, I'm better than you. You're a simple mudblood, or kind of like I look down on you kind of like attitude. Whereas Gryffindor has that like bravery kind of aspect. That's why it's pictured with the lion, you know.
Right.
So like there's that kind of like nature to it is kind of thing. If you're saying like, would you rather be Harry Potter? Like that's why the question is not like, would you rather be Harry Potter or Draco Malfoy kind of thing.
Right.
It's more so it's like if you were in that kind of dynamic, like and you were like on your way up to the selecting hat, are you hoping that the selecting hat's going to put you into Gryffindor, or are you going to be hoping that puts you into Slytherin?
Well, to answer the question, I'm gonna go with Slytherin, because I'd wanna be in with the intellect, you know. I feel like there's more engaging probably conversations maybe in there. I'd be looking for, and relying on your fellow Slytherin to really understand things, and know their shit. Especially if they're winning. If that's the case, then why not? Because I think the only way that you'd pick Gryffindor is because of Harry Potter. Like, I just don't. If you take him out of it, then I just don't know when they were good before that. I don't know too much about the history before, but we have the history before on Slytherin a lot. I suppose we know a little bit with the Gryffindor, but the true thing is it's gonna be I take, but I'd rather be in Ravenclaw.
Oh shit!
That's where I'd rather be.
What?
Yep,
Hold
I
up.
said it.
Wait a minute.
I said it. Yep.
Damn, they right. Let's go, Jack. Hit us with it. Why are you going for the Ravenclaw, baby?
Because no one respects Ravenclaw. It's this little Hufflepuff got this mention. They didn't say shit about Ravenclaw the whole time. They were just in the background, like, yeah, don't worry about us. Don't you guys fight? No, we'll let you. Yeah, go ahead. I think they're the opportunist. Everybody's gonna duke it out, and and then they just, because honestly, let's be honest, Hufflepuff, a bunch of pussies.
Oh shit!
They're a bunch of pussies. We all know that. No, that ain't a secret. So the only competition was Gryffindor, Slytherin, or Ravenclaw. And if Gryffindor and Slytherin can, a 50-50, they take each other out, and then who's left? I'm just saying. Those are the real smart people. It's what people don't realize, But hey, I'm just saying. Ravenclaw, it's a great name. I think they have an owl. I love owls. So it all seems right to me. Tell me I'm wrong. Am I wrong?
You're wrong.
No. Why am I wrong?
You just said, tell me I'm wrong. So I said, okay, I'll tell you you're wrong.
I'll tell you. All right. But you don't have an actual reason for it? I want to hear what you guys say.
Because the Slytherin is the highest intellect. You know what I'm saying? Gryffindor, yeah, bravery can be important, all this kind of shit. But like fundamentally, when we're talking about intellect here, is that not the main thing?
That's what I said.
Do I need to play the clip, Jack?
No. But I'm just saying, Slytherin, I definitely agree with you. Like, on the prompt of the question, I agree with you. I'd go with Slytherin. But if Ravenclaw was in there, that's what I'd be picking.
What? So you're basically saying, okay, so like you would say, modify the question to which
house would you be in? I'd want to understand who would be in Hufflepuff. Like, I feel like I'd be on like that clip that you play, calling people pussy. That's who I'd call whoever picks Hufflepuff. That's a pussy.
Okay, so I'm going to be changing the prompt to. It's
real time.
Jack,
real
now.
time.
Which Hogwarts house would you be in? Okay, there you go, Jack. Make your case, sir.
Yeah, Ravenclaw, man. Like I said, they're smart ones. Everybody else can, Slytherin and Gryffindor are gonna take each other out. Hufflepuff, they're no problem, no sweat. I'm pretty sure Mudblood could beat them. Like, they're pussies. They ain't got it in them. So that's all I'm saying.
Right. So, like, I don't get the whole aspect of like where Ravenclaw magically are now the smart ones. Like,
I think that's even hinted in the books that they're the smart ones.
1 sec. Let me. I'm getting grok out.
I could be wrong.
I'm getting grok.
I could be wrong. I'm willing to be proved wrong, but I think they're the at least second. Need to drink water. He's ready to prove me wrong.
Because I'm pretty sure everyone can agree that the Hufflepuffs are the glue eaters. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Change the prompt to which Teletubby would you be? Shantae, this is serious stuff. We're talking about the seriously serious stuff, okay? Like Harry Potter's. Teletubbies, that's not the serious stuff.
Is there I think there's a purple Teletubby. That's what I'd be. I'll answer that real quick.
Purple Teletubby. I don't know.
I don't know which one that is, but
unbelievable.
Por favor.
Por favor. Yeah, so Ravenclaw represents intelligence, knowledge, wit, wisdom, creativity, and curiosity. So Jack's curious. You're curious, Jack.
Oh. Yeah.
You're
yeah,
like,
I am.
Yay!
I am.
Intelligence,
I
but
did
you're also
think about it
curious.
for a second, but
Aw.
yeah, I am kind of, I am curious, yeah.
Ravenclaws prize learning, originality, and cleverness, often seeking to understand the why behind everything. Symbol the eagle, colors blue and bronze, element of association, air. Attributes needed to get sorted here: intelligence, wit, creativity, curiosity, love of learning, and original thinking. Those with a sharp mind, a thirst for knowledge, and inventive or unconditional approaches tend to end up here.
I think I just changed Teriak mind right here. He just realized it. Just going through it. Did nothing in there not sound like they were intelligent? That's the first word he said is intelligence.
Yeah. But here is Slytherin. Ambition, cunning, resourcefulness, leadership, and shrewdness. Slytherins value achieving greatness and are often strategic and determined to succeed. The house has a reputation for producing powerful witches and wizards, including some dark ones, but it also includes many admirable traits. Merlin himself was a Slytherin. The symbol is the serpent, the colors are green and silver. You know what I'm saying? And element of association, water. It's kind of like I'm a mix and a blend of both Ravenclaw and Slytherin, because I've got the green and gold, and then they have like both the Ravenclaw have the purple and gold, and then I have the then Slytherin is the green and silver.
That's our colors, Teriak. If I had colors, it would be purple.
Yeah, so you're basically kind of like Ravenclaw, and then I'm basically Slytherin, but we see eye to eye in terms of the end goal. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, we would definitely be teaming up. That's for sure.
My bad. The attributes needed to get sorted here are ambition, cunning, resourcefulness, leadership qualities, self-preservation, shrewdness, and a drive to achieve greatness. Certain acts look for those who are clever, determined, and willing to use their wits to get ahead to protect their own. One sec. Okay,
but to be fair, to be fair, you did say intellect, but they didn't say that though. That was
no. Like I did kind of fuck up the like specific kind of like trait of intellect.
Yeah.
But like the main thing is that like basically all the most powerful wizards, witches and wizards, both good and evil witches and wizards, pretty much all come from Slytherin. Like Slytherin's rather than saying the most intellectual, they're the most powerful.
Yeah, because like you said, they have ambition, they have drive, they have the battle IQ. You know, like they know what they're doing. You know, where even though Ravenclaw is smart, they are more of a background to everything. That's why I said they didn't do much within the story. I felt like what was one incredible moment Ravenclaw did within the 8 movies? Nothing. I don't remember a single thing. Like Hufflepuff got more mention than that. You know, it felt disrespectful. It's like, why even have this 4th house? And then you list off all these incredible things. I'm like, I didn't see any of that. They didn't even show them at all. Like, did they show them? Did I not watch the movies? I don't remember them having that at all.
But like, couldn't you say that it's like like the Slytherin one was even a more bastardization because basically everyone thinks the Slytherin are the evil guys. When,
Well.
like I said, Merlin himself was a Slytherin.
Well,
Why did
I
we
think that's with
associate
anything.
power with evil, Jack?
That's a greater question, you know. But I feel like in terms of like I feel like there are a lot of things that are 50-50, you know? Like you can have bad people that were part of Slytherin and have good people. It's not like it's impossible. I mean, I can't remember his name right now. I'm literally like blanking. Snape. Snape was a Slytherin. You know, he turned out to be a good guy. You know, we thought the whole movie, you know, if you hadn't watched the books before, but he did a really well performance of coming off as an evil person, but he wasn't. You know,
he was actually a good guy.
Yeah. So,
but it
I
doesn't
completely
matter
agree
because
with
the
you.
whole movie you're painting Slytherin as a bunch of fucking evil people when we're not evil people.
It's all
we're just
Malfoy,
great, and you
it's
guys
all
are afraid
Malfoy.
of greatness.
It's all Malfoy, and it's all his father, and it's all I can't remember his name right now for the life of me. The main villain. I can't remember the main villain's name.
Voldemort. Oh, did you even watch the fucking movie?
Yes, I did. That's what I'm saying. Dude, I've been up for a long time.
Hey, listen. As soon as I woke up, I had to debate Destiny. You're complaining that you have to debate me now, Jack. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
Just spin the wheel.
I love the way it's just like, spin the wheel.
It's fine. Most of the guys I've like been interested in are shorter than me anyway, so no worries.
Damn, I cannot get rid of this bitch. You had one of those moments, Tarek. You're like, I cannot get rid of this bitch. Spin that motherfucking wheel, Tarek. By the way, just to actually reinforce Jack's point on that, like this is what Hufflepuff represents: loyalty, hard work, patience, dedication, fairness, and justice. Hufflepuffs are dependable, inclusive, kind, and value treating everyone equally. They're often seen as the most down-to-earth, accepting house. Fucking badgers, I think, yellow and black. Element association, Earth, right? Now, bear in mind, who does that sound with? Inclusivity, kindness, treating everyone equally. The Hufflepuffs are the goddamn motherfucking lefties. And as Jack was saying, you all love the fucking Hufflepuff glue eaters, but the Ravenclaws don't get a mention, and then the actual great ones get bastardized as evil ones. Do you know what I mean? It's unfucking believable. It's ridiculousness. But anyway, Jack, is The Simpsons still relevant after all these years?
Like in total, is that what we're talking about?
Why do you motherfuckers keep adding extra questions or words into my questions? You motherfuckers!
I'm just saying. I gotta figure out because I don't know how long ago that they used to be really good about predictions. A lot of that kind of stuff. So I don't know what the last prediction they got wrong or right was. So I'm kind of going off that because I haven't watched like recent kind of Simpsons stuff. So but as far as like I imagine that they're still relevant. Like they've been going strong. I know some things that have happened, but I don't know if those are good or bad things decided by the community or not. But I think they still have value. It's still The Simpsons, you know. So I would say that it's still relevant, you know. I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Yeah, but like in terms of like relevant when you're talking about like a sitcom and all this kind of shit, like you're kind of saying like is like The Simpsons like captivating the same way that they did before? You know what I mean? Because when like we talk about like for example like GTA, in order to do a thing where you're you're doing like a representation of like what is like the culture to represent the culture. You have to literally have your finger on the pulse. Like you're literally like feeling the actual temperature of like what the culture is. And if you basically try to portray one thing a certain way, it could go completely tits up. You know what I mean? So an example of this is like a lot of the shows that would like make comments on the current culture, they don't tend to live, or they don't tend to stay on air that long because eventually their finger comes off the pulse. Eventually, like you're not able to make the comments on the culture because you're no longer part of it. You're no longer creating it. You know what I mean? So that'd be kind of like my aspect to it in terms of like The Simpsons. Like, is it still relevant enough that like because like when Simpsons was like the like at its peak, it's like both the kids and the grandparents were laughing along with the jokes. But who's laughing at the Simpsons jokes now? You know what I mean? Is it still pulling people in? You know what I mean?
I think it to a degree it is. Not as much as it was. Like it's definitely not peak, I would say. I think everybody kind of knows when it was kind of peak, you know. But I mean, I think it's still relevant. It's just how relevant is it, you know? I definitely don't think it's drawn in near the audience it was. You know, people aren't talking about how they used to. But I also think that happens with the shows that have been going on for a real long time.
Okay, and
well, you know, most of those series, even though they're still relevant, are just surviving by the fans, you know, of it and still enjoy it. If it still has a decent story, that's fine. But I would say, like, if we're looking at other long-standing shows, there isn't very many that I would say that are doing better. Like, I wouldn't say Family Guy's even doing better. They were kind of the same position. Same thing with Futurama. However, the one thing I will say is that doesn't qualify for everything because One Piece is still good. So I guess I can't say that it isn't possible, you know. So they could turn it around and it could be talked about again, you know. But I just think that they got so used to it, you know. But yeah, what do you think? Do you think it's still relevant?
Well, it don't matter what I think, cause we got a guest backstage, motherfuckers.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Half-Hood Game, and welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Not much yourself?
I'm doing good. My fucking internet got cut out yesterday right in the middle of my conversation because they were doing work in my alleyway.
Yeah, no worries. But what are your thoughts in terms of is The Simpsons still relevant after all these years?
I mean, I guess if you count the old episodes and stuff like that, but I mean, I don't really watch The Simpsons, and not a lot of my friends do. So it's
all right, so like from my perspective, I would argue that like this whole thing that we see from like The Simpsons and all this kind of stuff, like from all these like very different kind of like what is like sitcom kind of like either cartoons or just like family kind of like shows and all this kind of stuff. The like that whole kind of like genre is like died down now. Like everybody's got their own like Netflix fucking like profile like on the shared account, and they're all like watching different things. Like there's no kind of one show that the family all gather around together and they sit down and watch. So in terms of like when I compared like The Simpsons, for example, to the likes of like South Park was never about like the whole kind of like the mother and the father and the like the dog and like all this kind of like extra characters and all this kind of shit. South Park was like primarily all about the kids. You know what I mean? But it was like society speaking as though they're kids and like the different shit that like, you know, the youth are talking about in modern day and all this kind of shit. And like I said, that whole kind of emulation of you're basically critiquing culture constantly. You know what I mean? And like South Park's able to survive that and still stay relevant because they're able to do like the whole like they did this year with like the whole kind of like comments on like the Charlie Kirk thing, the shit that was going down with the presidency, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And like even to be able to get that essence of like the conspiracy theories and all this kind of shit, like be able to build into that and all this kind of shit. Whereas like The Simpsons doesn't seem like they're able to take those shots anymore.
I guess I'd have to say, like, out of most of the shows, I would say The Simpsons would be one of the top ones that best depicts the nuclear family.
Yeah. I
Especially
agree
the
with
fact
that.
that Homer works in a freaking nuclear plant.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think out of The Simpsons, Family Guy, American Dad, all that. Well, American Dad would be the second one that like describes the all American nuclear family.
Yeah, I feel like the top three are definitely like Simpsons, American Dad and Family Guy.
Yeah, but couldn't you make the case that like Rick and Morty like is basically like the modern day nuclear family? It's like a representation of what it is. Where like the dad is a cook, the mom thinks she can do it all and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Well, not a representation of a nuclear family, more of like a representation of a secular family.
Yeah. So like in terms of like staying relevant, it's like could you make the argument that if The Simpsons was to stay relevant, they would like Marge and Homer should be split up? You know what I mean? Marge should be going over on whatever podcast talking all sorts of shit about Homer. No?
If they stayed modern, I guess. But that's not the case in all as well, though. But yeah, spin that wheel.
Motherfucking Jack says, spin that wheel!
Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
Gentlemen, is social media toxic?
Oh.
Toxic.
It can be. Because I imagine this is an overall type of claim, right?
I would have to say yes, because I would have to say social media itself and telecommunications, which is the vital important thing for a nation, whether it's warfare or not. I feel like social media is toxic compared to people being able to just communicate.
Well, I mean,
like communication. Wait, what?
I was just saying, isn't this social media technically what we're doing right now? That's social media.
Yeah. I mean, this technically would. Well,
I don't think this is toxic.
I don't know if I would consider. I guess it would be social media. I don't know. I always, even though we have the definition for social media, it's almost like it more or less leads into a type of social device that you can custom to your own liking, and it may not be necessarily useful in your daily life. I'm not really sure how to put that. I mean, I guess it would be under social media, and I guess it wouldn't be toxic. I guess I'd have to change my mind, because I mean, it would have to be 50-50, because I mean, it's the person that makes it toxic.
Well, that's what I was trying to get with asking that, is because I was trying to figure out, like, are we talking about an overall thing, Or do we guys say it's not toxic or it is toxic and that's just it? You know?
Yeah.
Is it an
Yeah.
overall thing? If it's an overall claim, I'm willing to go say it's toxic. But if not, then I feel like I could argue that it's not.
Yeah. Yeah. I definitely could too, because just thinking about it is it's kind of like it to me. It seems like 50-50, or it's mainly specifically based on the person that makes it toxic.
What is this what you meant by the question, Teriak? Is that it's all, you know, all one? Like basically, it's either toxic or it's not.
Yeah, do you think that like social media is a good thing, or do you think it's a bad thing? Would you say that one ought use social media? Would you say no, one ought not use social media?
Well, see, that's. I mean, I understand where you're going with that, but that ain't the question. That's a different question.
So the question's got to do with is it toxic? Like I said,
Right.
we can go in terms of the what is it, like the conditional sense, in terms of like ask the question, should one use we can ask ourselves, should I use social media? You know what I mean?
Right. No, I get what you're saying.
Genuinely, just ask yourself that question. You know what I mean, to say is social media toxic? And
I don't think
what?
I don't think that you should just use it to use it. I think it should have purpose.
Yeah. So why should one use social media? We can start there.
Well, to have debates like we're doing right now, I think that would be a valid thing. Regardless of what how other people want to be, you know. But that's just why we got to be more, you know.
Well, how I can see it being a benefit is having connections allows you to, you know, have more information about things. Like, if we didn't have communication, we wouldn't know what's going on in another. Well, you should, even with it, we better fucking know what's going on in another country.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like we definitely still have like news, but I feel like things are spread a lot easier through social media. And granted, some of those things are toxic, don't get me wrong. But I also feel like there's a lot of good there too. Like I don't know. I feel like I feel 50-50, you know? I feel 50% is toxic and there's things on the other side, 50%, that I could say that's not toxic. You know, it's just a matter of where you spend your time at. If you're just scrolling, doom scrolling on whatever it might be, I don't think that's good for you.
If you make shitty content.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I think if you're doing it for a purpose and there's something like objectively like good about it and you're not being harmful, I don't see the reason why it would be toxic. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me.
So from the aspect of like, if social media is toxic, like what feature or what like is it the device? Is it the certain programming? Is it like what is the actual toxicity?
Well,
in terms of
I feel like
essentially it's just information.
Yeah, it definitely, a lot of it is the information. It could be the platform, it could be the device, it could be a whole host of things. But generally, I think it starts with the users. But that also depends on terms of service and everything else that comes with it. You know.
So if you're saying it's the users, then it's not anything actually got to do with social media as a concept itself, as like the abstract principle of like the actual what we mean by social media. There's nothing actually wrong with the tools. It's just the humans, which would mean that social media is not toxic.
Yeah, like by itself, it's not toxic until people are involved.
Yeah. Is that what you would agree on Halfwood?
Yeah.
Is that your?
Yeah, that's what I would. Yeah, that's what I would agree on, because like just just like compared to what options you can do on the internet. You can literally have a social media profile to be able to keep in touch with people like it's really specifically meant to be used for, or you can have it where you just create stuff that's just doesn't really help society whatsoever. Like for instance, the type of grifting videos that I see are these people that'll make YouTube and TikTok videos where they have the what is it, the little alligator hippo trap thing, and they put thumbtacks in its teeth, and they're trying to push like the teeth down to make it stab them, but the entire time they stall. They never click the buttons at all, and you got like hundreds of thousands of people in their chat sending them money and telling them to fucking do it, and they just stall the entire time. When it gets to the end of the video, it just cuts out and they never do it. And it's like, why? How the fuck?
Oh yeah, I
Does this
hate
toxic
that. Yeah.
shit? How does this toxic ass shit that is not
Yeah.
good for society, just brain rot? How does this get so
Yeah,
many views?
it just
people
it's just
allow this
time
to happen.
waste.
I know, but people allow it to happen. People allow it to become a toxic thing. In a society of intelligent people, that would never happen.
That's true. That's true. That's what I'm saying. It's a 50-50 thing. It's like because there are systems in place where it is kind of platform and everything in it could be toxic too. So I think a lot does come down to the user though. I definitely believe in that.
I'll definitely have to agree with you and Teriak by saying that it does come down to the user, that social media is only toxic when something is able to make it toxic. Like by itself, it couldn't really be toxic because it's only meant for communication. Even the custom preferences within making a profile doesn't really make it toxic.
So like we're basically saying like social media itself, like there's not really like any features or any of that like that's actually toxic. It's just like the people themselves.
I mean, as far as I know, because they don't really have like if social. Even though people can get doxxed on social media, it's still an action a person has to do. It's not like social medias have a button that says, "Would you like to dox this person?"
Yeah. So like, but what about for example, like I can combine like the fact that you're able to watch videos, and then not only are you able to watch videos, but you're able to slow them down to 0.25 speed. And then combine that with the fact that like algorithms, like anything that's getting a lot of views and a lot of hits and a lot of comments and all this kind of stuff and a lot of shares, or not necessarily even a lot of shares, just a lot of like traffic goes to that one video, that's necessarily going to become like one of the most things that's pushing the algorithm because it's getting a lot of attention, a lot of views and all this kind of shit. Like a situation like Charlie Kirk, that could make sense, let's say, in terms of the algorithm, like why that you'd want to push the algorithm because it gets a lot of views. But when it's a thing like the Charlie Kirk situation, you know what I mean? Like that's clearly toxic because like even if you were to witness that event in real life, it's literally like as soon as you see it, it's like it happens so fast you don't even kind of like fully see it. But now you have video, it being plastered on everyone's feed, whether they choose to see it or not. They're almost
and replayed over and over and over.
And it's like you can even like slow it down to 0.25 speed if you really want to scare yourself.
Well, that's just one aspect that you found, though, that would be separate from you're basically saying that what the toxic part about social media is the type of things that can allow to go on it regardless of the person putting it on there.
No, I'm specifically saying that the features, the features have incentive to show you the craziest shit possible and to keep force feeding you that crazy shit possible to point where it can actually damage your sensitivity to.
So you're saying what makes it toxic is it has the ability to highlight toxic things.
It has the ability to like force feed you a bunch of crazy shit.
Disinformation. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean,
not even has to be like disinformation or lies or whatever. Like even like I said, like that video of the Charlie Kirk thing, like that. Like I guarantee you, traumatized God knows how many people.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, even
And
just
like,
even if we're just looking at it from the ads perspective, I mean, they
I mean,
force feed ads to you and listen to you. You know, that way when you go to purchase things, they pop up.
did the
You know,
video come out later, or did the shooting of JFK was that live?
I don't know if that was live
no,
or
but
not.
even like I can give you like that example and show you that like social media is clearly different because no one like had like a zoomed in kind of like high def
Yeah.
video like right front and center, and then again like replay, like it be able to replay it and then be able to like slow it down as well. And all this kind of shit.
I
Like no, like you watch the JFK. I could show the JFK footage, like the original JFK footage, and like it's not going to be that big of a deal because
I
it's kind of already blurred out and all this kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? We're not going to
I
see
can see
anything
for
specific.
society as a whole that the thing within itself being toxic, being able to have that type of content on there, I guess, because there's a lot of people that really shouldn't see a man uh, at his last moments of breath. Like, I think that does kind of affect the human psyche in a certain way. At least civilization as a whole, because I feel like certain people who are trained to investigate those things, it doesn't bother them because they're used to it. But compared to society as a whole, we spend so much time watching movies and TV shows where it's like it doesn't really affect us that much, other than that's gruesome, and then it changes up to the part where it's like we kind of get kind of dull in the brain about seeing stuff like that, and then it doesn't really shock us as much.
Speaking about shocking. Welcome into Vintage. Thank you very kindly for the raid. Welcome in, boys. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. Link is pinned if you just want to pop on. We're talking about, is social media toxic? Do we need to do something about this social medias and shit? Because like I said, even if we're to give you the JFK thing versus the Charlie Kirk thing, at least with television, there's a process or like some sort of filtering like mechanism where it's like it's actually like cultivated content to make sure that like this is actually like this is not going to fucking traumatize people if we show this and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they cut away from it.
Because if it's simply just like graphic or gory content, then like any like horror bookstore or movie store, like you could say the same thing. Oh, like that's damaging and there's a shit ton of it. We're getting rid of it, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's definitely that guy to think of. Did anybody ever? Well, I mean, maybe you, not Teriak, but anybody that I can think of, at least in the U.S. I don't know if it was anywhere else, but there's this store called FYE, and they had an adult section. It was easily just to go there and just like, you know, you got 18 plus or whatever, and you just flip like the thing and you just see everything, and it's just like it's crazy. Like it was just so easy.
And Jack was standing there like this.
You people disgust me.
Yeah, because it was just out of nowhere. You know.
Wait,
you
just were like that?
No.
I was about to say, Jack, I don't think you watched the full clip, but I digress.
No, I know. But I'm just saying that, you know, that's how it is. You just walk around and you're just like, you know, it's right there. And like some people usually have like a back room or something, you know what I mean? But no, it's like almost front and center sometimes. I'm like, what the fuck? This doesn't make fucking sense. Like, they trying to promote this shit? They're trying to sell it? Like,
I guess the toxic part about social media, and I feel like this would probably maybe be like not even 50% of social media that makes it toxic, but like the part where it allows people to spew what's going on in their mind, even if that shit is completely unnecessary to be posted. Like you'll get people post shit that is just irate, and it's just like, why would you post this? This doesn't just embarrass yourself. It kind of embarrasses me to be a friend of yours. It's like, you know, there's just certain things that I feel like social media gives access to that's completely separate from news. So that's where I would compare like the shooting of JFK being broadcasted by news compared to social media. But for news, you'd have people in their houses commenting and having a reaction. Now you have social media where pictures of an assassination, you can have people to actually give their opinion, and that's probably the toxic part about it.
Well, the thing is, it kind of comes down to, if we're thinking about it in that scale, is like regulation. And I don't like to think about regulation when it comes to that, because then that brings in a whole things with censoring and stuff like that. So I think we definitely agree on, most of these people that are posting these things, which also, like you said, comes from an individual, But I also think that there is a little bit to, like I said, the structure behind it and everything. But I think, like almost all the cases I can think of, it has to be the individuals. I don't think there's too much on the outside of that.
Speaking of social media being toxic, did anyone else read up about the stuff I was reading up yesterday about Trump supposedly banning social media to where like you have to have ID to be able to access it because he's trying to get rid of it for people under the age of 18?
I didn't read that, but I had heard that might be a thing.
What's funny is I actually don't mind that. I don't feel like that takes freedom away from anyone because, man, fuck them kids. Nah, I just don't feel like kids should be able to have certain accesses to things. Like, I guess having a phone probably isn't that bad, but I just like.
Yeah, I think without social media, a phone would probably be better. I'd agree with it, but as it stands right now, I don't understand why kids in like middle school or anything like that have phones.
Well, I think a flip phone, like an old dinosaur Nokia or something similar to that, because they still got them these days. Like those would be the best for kids under the age of 18. It has limited access. It only has text and call, no internet access. And the internet access it does have is bullshit. And you can actually have it removed through the company. So then it would just be a call and text only phone.
Yeah, and then I definitely support that because I think you need to be in contact with your kids. But
either that or something like that, or the school should mandatorily make pit boys for the students to be able to interact with their parents when they're at school.
Dude, that's asking a lot as a person that works within the school system.
I know, but like all the things they wasted the money on for education, like there's just so many things for technology that could actually have been better.
For sure. There's a lot of things they could do better. I don't even want to start on school stuff. I'll go off on a whole rant about that. But I think we all agree on this, so I think we could spin it.
Yes.
Jack says, spin that wheel!
But anyway, what I was saying earlier is, did Speakeasy end late?
Yeah, we went for a while.
Yeah, I think about it a little bit. You know what I mean? Because what was it? We like to get spicy over in VK to say. But gentlemen, speaking of which, would you like? Well, actually, no. I think like a good part. I think about a good 30 minutes was like JS basically distracting Easy in the finals by just like continuing on the discussion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But gentlemen,
I distracted him a good amount too, though.
True, that is fair. That is fair. Is Futurama or Rick and Morty, gentlemen? Which one is the better one in terms of the sci-fi cartoon?
Futurama.
Yeah, I'm still.
It wasn't streamed. Well, it was streamed on Wick TV if you want to watch Wick TV. But I have clips of it coming out every 2 hours now. So if you check the video section of the YouTube, you should be able to check that out. But yeah, sorry, gentlemen, you were saying Rick and Morty.
Yeah, no, I'd say I'd still stay with Futurama just because it has a lot more iconic things. Rick and Morty only has so many seasons and episodes compared to Futurama. Maybe if it gets up there close to it, and if all the episodes are like consistently appealing to me, because like every episode of Futurama is appealing to me. There's even episodes that make me kind of want to tear because it's like it's so fucking perfectly written.
But then would that not? Well, okay.
You gotta admit, like Fry's bond with Seymour when he leaves the early 2000s is one of the most saddest fucking scenes.
Yeah, but can you not also say like when was it Rick lost his wife? It was like the same thing.
No, I didn't have any attachment to the characters. Like honestly, I felt like I was more laughing the entire time I watched Rick and Morty. I mean, there was probably some parts where I'm like, wow, that is some really deep. The most deepest episode for me would be the toilet episode where Rick has to go so far to get to this toilet.
So, would you not say that Rick and Morty has like these kind of like completely just like, oh my god, or there's like crazy kind of like twist, or kind of like, for example, like I think it was like the Total Recall or some shit like that one. Oh wait, I don't think it was the Total Recall. The one where it's basically he's in a simulation that's in a simulation that's in a simulation. And like even just the initial how to get out of the initial simulation, he was basically he got the simulation to do so much unique things at the same time that it fried the circuit board. That broke the thing. They were able to hop off, and then they were getting out. In fact, that was like plot twist after plot twist, and then you get hit with the final plot twist. Is that not like holy shit? Like what? Like, is there any equivalent to Futurama?
I mean, kinda, but it's almost like they're trying to add more in competition with other sci-fi TV shows. Like sometimes that can get dull though. Like, I mean, when you make a TV show have intricate, deep thought things into it, it's awesome and it's very beneficial to the TV show. But if you keep doing it to where it's like it becomes a normal thing, then it's not really intricate anymore.
No, I get that, but it like I'm just saying like from what we've seen or what we've never seen from like a cartoon before, I think Rick and Morty did generally have that thing of like this is different. Now I think after like the third, maybe fourth season, everyone was like the main hype basically died down. There's still like a bit of people still talking about it, but like ever since I think the third, fourth season, like everyone's like meh.
I can tell you exactly. I can tell you exactly when the peak, at least what I think, of Rick and Morty hit. I think it was either in between the time of Pickle Rick, or when McDonald's came out with that Szechuan sauce. I think everything after that, those 2 points, it's kind of at least plateaued at the very least.
Because that first season was a creative genius. Like
oh yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that dropped off from it, and that's the point where I would have to make that like a first season being good doesn't necessarily make it better, because I still think the first season of Futurama is still quite better itself.
Yeah, the first season of Futurama was really good as well.
I guess because I could relate to it since I was born in the 90s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's more nostalgic based, but I'm gonna give a hot take, and this will probably get the booze, so get that ready. But I do not like Rick and Morty, like at all. I hate it.
I mean, you know what? I don't really blame you, because I mean it's a cartoon remake version of Back to the Future, that like a parody version of Back to the Future. That's like when it first came out, when they first started showing previews before the first episode dropped, that's literally what came to my mind. I was just like, all they did was grab aspects of Back to the Future and slap comedy onto it.
Yeah, the thing is, I've tried to watch episodes of it, and I've seen a little bit, but it's just been here and there because my roommate's got several of the seasons, and I'll come in and I'll watch an episode with them, and it just feels like I don't feel like I watched anything. It just felt like they just went, like, this is totally random. Like, I'm just gonna throw something on the, you know what I mean, and literally just see if it works. If it's did that get positive reviews? Did people laugh at it? This and that. It just I don't know. It just didn't feel. It just didn't feel. It just felt like I could just create random shit and just get my own show. You know, it just felt like that for me. I know it was good for other people though, so I don't hate on it for that. But it just felt like every time I'd sit down for an episode, it was like what am I even watching? You know, where Futurama, great story, great cast of characters. It flowed. The flow was there. You know, and even from the seasons on from the first season were good. You know, I feel like I can just sit down and just watch it. You know.
Well, not just that. I feel like Rick and Morty took some aspects of Futurama. I mean, you can compare a lot of episodes to Futurama. I mean, they have one where Rick and Morty, or what some of the family members do, body swaps, which is similar to the body swap episode where everybody body swaps their minds.
Yeah.
They. I'm trying to think. Was there an episode where somebody turns into a inanimate object similar to Rick, Pickle Rick? I'm not sure.
No, but they
Closest
had
I
a
can-
simulation episode, and one of the this new season that just came back. They have like a simulation episode, and I do have to say it hits more like that heartstring rather than that. Oh my god! Like the just blew my brains out, or not blew my brains out, blew my mind.
Yeah.
Like the whole like this just blew my mind versus the oh my god, this is tugging on a heartstring kind of thing. You know what I mean? And like to that main point, the fact that like Futurama does seem to have those moments where it stirs the heart rather than trying to impress the intellect. You know what I mean? Because I think like a lot of Rick and Morty lost a lot of people when they kind of went down this thing of like, oh well, Rick and Morty has like these high IQ jokes, and that's what makes it so great. Anytime anybody's saying that, it means that they're searching for excuses. They don't actually have a definitive thing. But 1 second, I need to get the door, boys. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, somebody like a character like Bender, oh my god, you know, I think you can only get that in a show like Futurama. I don't think that's not a character that's easily created through a lot of series, you know, like I don't feel like even other series have a great person like as a character like Bender. But there's more than just that, you know. Fry is very entertaining. I've always enjoyed Lisa. Zoidberg is hilarious. I can't ever stop laughing at Zoidberg.
Yeah, it's like yeah, Zoidberg is
Yeah.
fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and it's just that's the thing. It just has the equal like thing where you laugh at it. You know what I mean? And then Bender just puts it all, like I said, together, and the other cast of characters really work well with it. And you know, Fry's a good kind of main character to it, and Lisa as the you know, female side of that. But yeah, I think it's a great show. I haven't watched it really fully, but I've catched a lot of episodes and stuff. Sometimes I'll catch it on reruns when I used to have TV.
Futurama.
That's how I watched
for
a lot.
Futurama to me, best way I could put it is it's instead of like the nuclear family, it's almost like a parody version of Friends in a way.
Yeah, yeah,
Because it's a bunch of friends that are in a group together that support each other, and you know, they pretty much end up all dating each other too. Like there's all all different kinds of episodes and shit about it.
yeah.
I would probably compare Bender to Joey.
Yeah, I think there's close comparisons you can make to the characters, but
I wouldn't say that's where they got their
unique.
ideas, but I'd say that's yeah, it's very unique. It's like especially like Bender, and I would say my other two favorite characters would be Zoidberg and Nibbler. Nibbler is like he portrays to be this creature that is just dumbfounded, and yet he's one of the most intelligent creatures.
Yeah, he is pretty intelligent. I like who's that? I think it's Bender is kind of an enemy, but like the robot equivalent to him on the other side of that, he's like yellow,
shit.
like kind of goldish. I can never remember his name.
Fuck.
But you know what I'm talking about. That guy, he's pretty funny too. I enjoy him when he's on screen. But that's such a like real side character. You know, that guy's not even in every episode or anything. But I really enjoy him.
Flexo, Bender's twin.
Yeah. He's
the one that has the fucking big goatee. He's like Bender, but he's like a more
asshole's version.
yeah.
That's hard to say because Bender's an asshole.
Yeah. But yeah, he's his twin.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Just top to bottom, I love Futurama. I probably should have watched it more.
Well, the fact that they, it portrays the main character as Fry, but if you kind of watch the entire series, including the movies, it's almost as if the real main character is actually Bender.
No. Although I did want to highlight that. I'm back, by the way. I did want to highlight like Bender because like a lot of people say, "Oh, Rick and Bender are like the same character or whatever." It's like no. When you look at like Rick and Morty is about Rick. Rick is the main character. Whereas in Futurama, Bender's not the main character. Bender is the lovable side. He's basically Fry's wingman. And like Fry is the main character, the same way Homer is the main character of The Simpsons. You know what I mean? They're both lovable, dumb idiots because they're supposed to be relatable to the audience. You know what I mean? It's the same thing in the original Sherlock Holmes, or like anything that's tried to stick as close to the original Sherlock Holmes as possible. Will have Watson as like the he's kind of like the like that kind of like bumbly idiot, or he's not like overly intellectual. Because he's supposed to be the relatable one. He's supposed to be like the average guy or the average Joe. That's like why people would prefer Watson. Sherlock is supposed to be like the eccentric, like unrelatable dude. Like he's doing all this kind of crazy shit, and then like he basically explains out the logic to you, and you're like, oh shit, yeah, that actually makes sense. You know what I mean? So it's like they've completely bastardized a lot of this shit and kind of reversed it, where it's like, how can you make a character like Rick relatable? You know what I mean? He's the smartest guy in the world or the universe, all this kind of shit, but you're like, he's just completely unrelatable, and that's why I think it's two completely different. Like that's why I'd say Bender's better than Rick, if you get me. But yeah, go ahead.
How about this? Not that Bender would be the main character. Fry is the main character, but I feel like Bender, out of the entire series, is one of the main keys of why everything ends up happening throughout the entire series. I mean, even Bender has an episode where he literally creates God.
Yeah. Like, for example, is Loki the main character of like Norse mythology?
No, that'd be Thor, right?
Yeah. Right? Or at least one would think. But it's always Loki who's the one that like basically has the idea which leads to the story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like Thor lost his hammer, but Loki had an idea. You know what I mean? He went to Loki, and then Loki says, "Have you tried this?" Or let's. He's the schemer. He's the planner that like gets shit done. And that's basically the same thing. Like Bender is. Bender's basically like the Loki. Roy is the Thor.
So they're like the Gandalf. The story wouldn't begin without them.
Yeah, like they're basically like the guy that's like, again, they're not the main character, but they're making sure that the main character gets to the right place at the right time. You get what I mean?
Yeah, like the main character's guide. And I think that does make a main character very important, having a really catchy side character. And honestly, I hate Morty. Oh geez, oh gosh, Morty, shut up, Morty. Morty, shut the fuck up, Morty.
Hey, you do that very good.
Oh, yeah, I do Rick pretty good.
Nice shot, Dave.
It's a rusky voice.
Hey, Rick, I'm Rick, guys. What was that? Yabba dabba doo, or whatever the fuck he says.
No, he sounds like that. He sounds like that one Rick clone. That one Rick clone. That's like he's like more of a salesman or a father figure. The one that wears like a. There's like so many clones, but I know that there's one that sounds kind of like that.
Eventually,
just
we'll just go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Well,
I
like,
was just saying, eventually, we'll say enough blasphemous things. Hugh's gonna have to get up here because he ain't gonna be able to take what we're saying.
But like this is the thing that like Hugh highlights as well. It's like Loki caused the issues for the stories of the year. In order for the story to develop, you know what I mean? Like Loki has to bring Ragnarok in order for the story to continue, or he has to do like this thing in order for it to continue. South Park even talk about this where it's like anytime we have like this happened and then this happened and then this happened and this happened, like anytime you have that, you want to reorder that to something happened, but then this happened, therefore this had to happen. You know what I mean? That's much better writing because now it's like, okay, you have that kind of reactive thing rather than you're just listing things off. That could be random and all this kind of shit as well. No, Shante. But in terms of like what you're seeing there is it's like Loki fucking lost his hammer. But then sorry, Thor lost his hammer, but then Loki fucking, do you know what I mean? I don't gave him a scheme of how to get it back. And then Thor and Loki both went on a journey to get back his hammer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, then that would also lead to me like what is a hero without a villain or a reoccurring villain?
That's true.
Then, but like that's an interesting question because like who's the villain in Rick and Morty? Or Futurama for that matter.
Well, Futurama has
Futurama has a variation of villains. Honestly, the best villains they ever had was the naked guys, the scammers. Because I would really wouldn't count
that was like a J reference.
I really wouldn't say the Beast with a billion backs because it was trying to understand humanity. It wasn't even a violent creature. So like, there's a lot of there's a lot of villains. Like even the slug, the giant slug queen and all that shit with the that drink from Futurama. I don't know. There's a lot of villains in Futurama, but when it comes to villains in Rick and Morty, one could say that Rick is an anti-hero or a mix of a hero and a villain. Because he does villainous things where he doesn't really give a shit, and then he also does things where he cares, like when he helped out Pissman.
But like that's what I find like Rick and Morty was it is like piss villain, and it's like they lean a lot or they rely a lot on this whole kind of like vulgarity, like the whole kind of like penis image that's like cropped up in many like of the quote unquote funny scenes and all this kind of shit, like background. And things like the trees are basically drawn like penises and all this kind of shit. And it's like, to me, it's relying on the vulgarity to get the laugh, which is cheap. Or am I off base there?
No, I think it is. I that's why I said it's just random. It just feels like they just hey, let's just go with this, and sometimes they rely on obviously some other stuff a lot heavier and a lot more often. And that's the problem I've had with it. I think if it was closer to a lot of other shows in that way, I probably would enjoy the show. But I think people went too hard on it being just the best thing since sliced bread. And I think that turned me off before I could even watch it.
Well, I think that was like the first season, because the first season did bang. Because like that, the first season's the one that had like the simulation episode that I was talking about. And I think a lot of people were kind of looking at this, kind of going, "Oh shit, it's like Back to the Future." So they had that kind of like thing in the back of their head, and they were kind of looking at what it could become or what it could be. Like I'd often say that like Final Space is a better sci-fi cartoon than Rick and Morty.
I don't even know what that is.
Wait, what
He's
is
never
Final
seen
Space?
Final Space. Oh
No.
Oh, what
my
is that?
God, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a brief break from the show to show you this.
Well, hold on.
Final Space. Oh my God, boys! Final Space was a show that was basically, it was out in around the same time as Rick and Morty, like in around like that 2020s kind of period, right?
Really?
But the show got cancelled after 3 seasons. It was the biggest load of bollocks I've ever seen, and it actually had like a continuation story about like the like deep space. Do you know what I mean? Or like Final Space is like deep space and all this kind of shit. But like I said, it got cancelled before. But like, just watch the first season at least, boys. If you saw
Hold on, let me get on my
2018.
computer and look it up. I was getting my daughter a snack.
Yeah, 1 sec. Let's
see
see if
what
I can
this
get
is
a
called.
trailer. By the way, just to let you know, where is it? This was your boy earlier on. Like, the videos will be coming out on my channel, but because this is like Wix channel, I don't want to do a thing. But that is Destiny on the left hand there. Oh, 1 sec. Let me do the full screen. That's Destiny on the left hand side. That's a boy Steelborn on the right side, and then Steelborn tagged me in, your boy Teriak as well. So, like I said, look forward to that later on today, ladies and gentlemen. Well, technically the videos are already coming out in terms of that, but let me get you this. All right, so this is what Final Space was, and I was kind of like, I was happy enough that like for Rick and Morty to do their thing and all this kind of shit, and then these motherfuckers cancels Final Space, and I was like, why? It was so good, and it was none of this like cheap laughs, like you were genuinely laughing and all this kind of shit. And the fact that they cancelled this show is why I will forever hate Conan O'Brien, because it was his studios that let this show go.
I'm afraid, Gary, there is no foreseeable outcome where you survive. Good morning, Gary. Day 1818.
How about freaking no?
You are not the captain. You are a prisoner aboard this ship.
As soon as the crap hit the interstellar fan, I became the captain. For real.
You're oblivious to this thing, aren't you?
What?
That.
Mooncake?
What's a mooncake?
This!
That is a planet killer.
Something big is happening, and I'm not waiting while Command sits around twiddling their wieners.
Why would they be twiddling their wieners? Why? As long as I draw breath, and you provide me with copious amounts of adventure, I will be there for you. We're a team now.
Gary, if the breach in time-space cannot be reversed in 36 hours, the Earth will be consumed.
You were right about everything.
I know. It's a blessing. And my curse. It's dangerous. It's life-threatening. We're probably gonna die. Or you got my back, little buddy. Okay. I didn't really sell that very well, did I? Crap! Ah! Oh, there's so many stairs!
Quit talking, you idiot!
I don't know why there's so many stairs!
Hello, Mooncake. I've been looking all over for you.
You know you can't succeed. You're no hero. Your father was. I'm scared there's no winning this. That there's no way to close this breach without losing my friends.
Are we going home, Dad?
I messed up bad, but I'm not gonna leave you here. I promise. I'll do whatever it takes.
What course should I set?
Earth. Or actually, no, the universe. We're gonna save the... Actually, wait, that doesn't even make ding sense. Okay, just Earth. Earth. Earth.
And if you want to talk about moments that could tug your heartstrings, this has a better moment in it than Futurama. As Jack is cleaning his nose, completely ruins the fucking moment and everything. Jack, thank you very much.
I think I'm about to ruin the moment with a couple of critiques. Like, I can kind of see where the art and stuff like that is appealing. It kind of reminds me of Bravest Warriors. The same.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That was literally the same thing. We're on the same wavelength.
Yeah, like It literally reminds me of Bravest Warriors, same people that made Adventure Time. Because it's got that same art style, but I can see a little bit of aspects of like the humor, like a raunchy humor that's close to Rick and Morty, but it's kind of off a little bit. Like the humor is a little not really cringe, but just raunchy for some reason. And I'm not gonna lie, I think what probably killed it was the voice actors. I'm sorry, that blonde guy's voice just it doesn't make anything he
You
says.
don't want to talk like this.
Nah,
Don't know what's really passion, baby.
It doesn't really go with him for some reason.
But
I don't know, man.
I will say
go ahead.
that it does seem like comedy moments with serious aspects as well, which I appreciate. And things in space, I feel like all that was translated better than I've kind of seen with other stuff. But I did come from the same wavelength of Halfwood. The animation is kind of the same to Bravest Warriors, which was really good as well. If you haven't watched that, I think if you like that, you would really love Bravest Warriors because they do a really good thing.
That has a lot of tear jerking stuff in it. That's like
and it was just a web series. It was real quick. The episodes are really short. So yeah, it's all on YouTube, and that's really good. I watched the first, I think, 2 seasons. I binged it, and I rarely do that with anything. So it was really good. But I also think that they did well with the futuristic, like kind of space things, while also having comedy in it, but it being serious. But I will agree, kind of with Halfwood. The word I would use with like some of the raunchy kind of comedy stuff, it just felt like somewhat flat. But that's because I don't really care for that kind of stuff. It really has to land in a certain niche place for me when it comes across to that. Just because I feel like a lot of people go to that kind of place now, and I've kind of just like gotten tired of that, you know. But that's my only critique of it. I'm not with voices. I can definitely be an absolutist on it, but usually I can let a lot of things go to a certain extent, and I'd be willing to do that. So
I'm telling you, boys, like I think you got the essence of it, where it flirts between that whole kind of like, this is kind of goofy, kind of like things like that, but then you get hit with these certain moments, and it's just like it's almost like out of the blue, it hits you with like something, you're like, oh shit, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it
Yeah, I can see
captivates
that
you,
in
and
there.
it's like, it has that kind of like rare thing like with Futurama, where it's like, dude's a ginger and he's like fucking in the future with a fucking talking robot. This is goofy. And then next thing you know, you have that episode with the dog, and you're like, oh shit, boys. You have that you think
So
it's all over.
full-
You know?
Wait.
Like at the end with like the Leela episode, before they done this new the new episodes now, where it's like, shall we run it again? You're like, oh shit. Talk about an ending. You know what I mean? But like, to me, Final Space is like, and they cancelled after 3 seasons. I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, folks.
yeah, I didn't even know, like you said, it was done by Conan O'Brien and their company there. So I didn't even know that was a thing. So
yeah, like the guy, the voice actor for the blonde dude is the actual like original like creator of the show. Similar to like Rick
Gotcha.
and Morty and all that. Olin Rogers. And like, great dude, all that kind of shit. And then like Conan O'Brien said that like we'll make a series out of it. And there's I think like the dude from Doctor Who, they got him to play the villain. Like big people to do voice actors and all this kind of stuff as well. But like I said, it just like, it wasn't getting the numbers, whatever, in the council. And I was like, this is way better than fucking Rick and Morty. And they continued on Rick and Morty and didn't continue on this. I was like, you bastards, you absolute fucking bastards. Because then there's an episode where like he has this moment with his dad and everything like that. Man, it's I'm telling you, I think it's within like the first 4 episodes. I guarantee you guys are going to be hit, and it's going to be like, wow. You'll either say, yeah, I shed a tear, or it was like such an impactful moment that it's like it made you say, yeah, I'll actually commit to the rest of the episodes. I'm telling you, boys, watch that show and like you will not regret it.
I'm not sure if it's the full episodes, but it looks like they do have it on YouTube, but they have it stretched out into small, like 3-minute episodes, and there's 240 of them to add up to the whole season. It's either that or buy it, but I guess I will check it out as soon as I get the chance.
Mama.
Did you ever watch what that I believe it was one of the creators of Rick and Morty when they did that one on I think it was Hulu with the aliens?
Solar Opposites?
Yeah.
Honestly,
did you see that, Terry?
No.
Oh, there you go. There's a suggestion for
so
you.
that one's a good one, but honestly, I was more appealed to the tiny people in the wall that get the humans that get shrinked by the aliens. Those episodes were like, that reminds me of the game Grounded, and that's kind of why I enjoy those episodes.
Yeah, Grounded. That's such a good game. But yeah, that's the thing is I really haven't watched that either. But he would regularly kind of watch it, and sometimes I would sit in and watch it with him. And I honestly thought that show is better than Rick and Morty. So I don't know if that's a hot take, but for whoever's watched both of them, but either way, I think it's safe to say is spin the wheel. Yeah.
Shut your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here!
Get the fuck out of here, says Jack, and spin that wheel.
We got fun with that question.
Rick and Morty. Gentlemen, which is the best GTA game?
Oh, here it is now. I stated mine was 4.
Honestly, my favorite was San Andreas.
Yeah, somebody had to say
I could easily say 5, but 5 like got its aspects from 4, so it really wouldn't be much of a game without learning from a lot of the shit that they took from 4 and be all like, you know what, we can make this better. That's basically 5 is just 4 revamped.
I argue that's why 4 did so well, is because they learned from San Andreas.
If you watch the video on YouTube where they show you there's no mods or anything, but if you play 4 and 5 compared to each other, driving a car in the rain, for some reason 4 looks more realistic than 5, and it's weird.
Yeah, like I was telling Teriak, I love the physics in 4, because you could just get launched out of a car, do a Patrick Star, and just go crazy with it. And there's a lot of things with like holding stuff while you're doing that as well. And I told him my stomping grounds, I love the bowling, in the game, and I often caused a lot of trouble in that bowling bowling where they hold the bowling in the building, because dude, they just kept funneling in through the doors, and so I could really get it up there,
4 had a lot of DLC. 4 had a lot of DLC campaign missions, I believe, didn't it? That was the one where you could play the Ballad of Big Gay Tony.
Yeah, and I didn't even play any of that. So I think even as it is, it's really great. I used to go to the bars and just play darts and get drunk and then fucking, it's gonna sound terrible, but drive, like the cars all or like just walk, downtown. And the thing I will say about 5 though, there's a leap mechanic that you have in 5 that I think is amusing. You could just flop in 5, and I wish they would have had that in 4, because it definitely would have made that game even better. But
well, they have a couple of mechanics that are built into the game for the role playing version, where you can just make your character look like he just like straight up passed out into ragdoll. I think that was something they already had in the game though.
Yeah. But yeah, I think there's arguments for pretty much. I think from Vice City on, there's arguments. I can even understand if somebody thought 3 was good, even though I'd heavily say no. But I think Vice City on, Vice City was great. I love Vice City.
I feel like maybe 3 would have been different if it wasn't a mute main character. I guess the reason why San Andreas brings attention to people is because your main character actually talks and has feelings about the situations and shit, and that makes you attached to the character more.
Yeah, it was weird because like I kind of started with Vice City, and then I kind of went back to 3, and I didn't play 3 too much. I think I finished it, but it was to me. Like it was good, but it just didn't feel, like you said, there's mute main character.
I started out on my grandpa's old ass fucking computer playing fucking the original Grand Theft Auto top down fucking.
Oh shit!
Yeah, no, dude,
I've never played 1 and 2. Never.
What Grand Theft Auto used to be to what it is now, it's like
totally different.
It became a long way. If it would have stayed like a top down the way it was way back then, and just
it wouldn't have done it.
Nah, it wouldn't have made it as a game.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But it was. I remember. I didn't play 2. I believe I only played a lot of just the regular original Grand Theft Auto. I even played GTA Chinatown on the DS, which was actually kind of fun because it's very similar to 1 with aspects in it where like has like pick locking and stuff like that. And I feel like there's just a lot of GTA games that doesn't have those options to do that type of stuff. So imagine like walking up to a car and instead of having to break the window or anything like that, you have the option to pick lock it.
Yeah.
And rewire it and stuff like that. So that was a really neat feature for a very low developed GTA game. But I would still say San Andreas is my favorite because it was I believe I don't want to be wrong. Maybe it was one of the first that introduced co-op.
I don't know.
No, I think Vice City. I think Vice City did have co-op. I take that back. I think Vice City did have co-op.
Yeah, you might be right.
What I will say, both of them had it, but the co-op on there was a little stringiest because like you share a camera.
Yeah, I will say that the one thing I could say about San Andreas is they have a unique thing that happened with them as far as like working out and doing all this kind of stuff. I feel like that was very unique, and they kind of skipped it with him 4, but then somewhat semi brought it back for 5 as far as driving skills and stamina and that type of stuff. Running the side stuff within 5. I felt like 5 was really good. I love the driving in 5. But 4, I think, to me, had the complete package. I think the physics in 4 were just top notch, like I said. But I can see why a lot of people say San Andreas or 5. Makes a lot of sense. I think Vice City just has nostalgia to me, so I don't want to give it to Vice City. But that's where I'd rank it. What about you, Teriak?
Sorry, is that mute? For me,
yeah.
For me,
you.
I could do the cop out and say GTA 6, but like in terms of with San Andreas, I think had the most customizability.
Yeah.
Because when you think about like the cars, like what you're able to put on the cars and all that kind of thing, and like I was saying, you're able to like your character, you're able to make your character fat, you're able to make your character like muscly, just by like depending on if you went to the gym or just like doing all that jazz as well. I think San Andreas had swimming in it as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
But for GTA 4, they didn't have it, but then also with GTA 4, I think like it had better car mechanics.
Yeah.
Or it had more interesting car mechanics, let's say. Then
I really love the voice acting in 4 as well.
The voice acting was probably better in 4 than it was in the rest.
Yeah.
But then, like with Vice City, so like Vice City, I don't know, just has like that aesthetic to it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it has that swag. Vice City got that swag. The fashions
Soundtrack as well.
for its time. Yeah.
Well, it's not just that. It's I'm really fond of the '80s, and that's probably why Vice City is like top notch because it's got that '80s theme.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that. So you'd say overall San Andreas as well, Tarek?
Hard because like San Andreas has that like it has that like that one song that like what the fuck's that thing called again? One sec.
Did you guys listen to a lot of GTA 5 radio? Did you guys listen to a lot of that?
Believe it or not, there was a feature they had, I believe. I don't want to be wrong. Wasn't it GTA 5 where you could put? No, maybe it was San Andreas. Or, could you in GTA 5 put a few songs of your own on there?
Oh yeah, this is
like
a banger.
Anytime
There's another one too.
you motherfuckers hear that song, that
Yeah.
is the GTA song. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it is.
That actually came
For
from
sure.
an actual fucking rap song. That's what's actually cool about it.
Yeah.
But like, here's the thing. What is the Vice City song?
That's true. That's a
You
good
don't
point.
know it, is.
Yeah.
You don't know it.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. I think 5
Well, I
has another
understand-
good one as well, but I think GTA as far as like their soundtrack is better, but I think the radio is better in 5.
Hey, their waiting screen visuals is pretty badass on the San Andreas too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
They do that on all the series, but I like the one on there the most.
But then GTA 4 has this song, which is like, oh shit, this is like orchestral slash, I don't know, got a bit of swag to it as well. So like, that's where I'm kind of like, I'd give San Andreas over Vice City just by like the slimmest of margins. And again, I'm pretty sure it's only down to the customizability. But then, like when you like put like 4 into the mix on this kind of stuff, like 4 has a lot of the things that San Andreas has, and if they just had kept the same concepts that they had in GTA San Andreas, GTA 4 I think would be the best game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I fully agree. I think that, like I said, I'm just really into the physics. Like, there are so many times where I like literally launched Nico from a car, and he did the most hilarious stuff, and I'd just die laughing at the screen. Like, I've never got that much enjoyment out of laughing at something. Like GTA
That's
4
crazy.
was.
You know what's crazy is I didn't even remember that theme song until now.
Yeah. Then that's the thing.
Well,
is like
here's the thing. What's the San Andreas one?
the one you just played. There's
Oh,
another
sorry,
one too.
no,
that's
sorry, not
another
the San
decent
Andreas, the Los Santos one. Yeah, the GTA 5. What's GTA 5's one?
Isn't it similar to the San Andreas?
It's sort of, but it does sound different. I just can't remember how it goes. Like I don't want to sound like an idiot, but
But if I go boo doo 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 doo, you know what I mean?
yeah, I don't think I could pick up on that. No.
It was crazy. I think I was playing my own music when I would always play GTA 5 on YouTube.
Yeah, I definitely agree that soundtrack wise, I think San Andreas has got it.
Dude, that's
No.
probably
I'm saying like San Andreas has a better theme, but like Vice City has objectively a better soundtrack than San Andreas.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're talking about theme. I just meant that's part of the soundtrack, though. You know,
Yeah.
because I'm pretty sure you can play that song. But
to the better soundtrack. Let's do some
Because
investigation.
if we're looking at the total, like as far as like radio, like I said, I think 5 has it. Because 5 had a lot of good radio, a lot of good stuff that you can play in the
Nah,
car.
man. Vice City has the best radios. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, Vice City was good, but I couldn't tell you what all they had. That's the problem. It's been
Bro,
so long since I played it.
Incroyable. Incroyable. Boo this, man.
Move this man!
What they have? AC or some shit? You want to move me
Yeah, no.
twice?
Not twice, motherfucker. But yeah, like all I have to do is do this.
If nobody understands you, we do. Slash FM, music for the me generation.
Like, you're out of touch, Jack. If you don't think that that's the best radio channel in GTA history, you're out of touch.
Okay, maybe
See the way it's a double entendre?
maybe me now. I appreciate this music more, but when I was playing it, I didn't appreciate it as much as when I played 5. You gotta understand, I'm a DJ, so I like a lot of the stuff within certain radio stations of GTA 5. There was a lot of good stuff on there, a lot of good stuff. Like I think you're thinking, that this is a runaway. It's not,
So we got 84 songs. I want to say that there are a lot of good ones in here, but there are only, I want to say, at least 10 or 20 of them that I actually know by heart. And then the rest of them
I just know a lot of music, so
Like this is, I probably liked Vice City because you could listen to, what was it?
You got Michael
Africa
Jackson.
by Toto. Yeah,
Africa
Michael Jackson was on there, but you can listen to Africa by Toto a lot. You can listen to Rick James a lot.
yeah. What did you guys listen to on 5? Can you name a radio station?
Sorry?
Can you guys name a radio station?
I think I was listening to the hip hop soundtrack on 5.
That makes sense.
Like, video kills the radio star. Come on, man. What are we talking about here?
Are you gonna answer, Tarek? Did you play 5? You played 5, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What was a radio station within GTA 5? And don't say what I think you're gonna say. Just say it though. Because there's one cop out
West Coast
answer.
FM?
No, okay. There's more than one. But anyways, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like
I
there's
just
like
feel
10
like
or 12 of them.
Yeah, it's just the hip hop channels that I feel like are really easy to name. So it just, I don't know.
Wait,
But-
what about Rock FM?
Okay, I mean that's about the same, but I guess it is rock. Fair
And
enough.
it has,
Fair enough.
like, to be
Fair
fair
enough.
as well, it has Photograph by Def Leppard. Quality song. It has
Yeah.
We Built This City. Another quality song. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
saying that there's like every single GTA soundtrack. I think to echo on Jack's point, where you're
So-
saying, "Oh, like there's a clear winner here." Like every single GTA soundtrack, like because the radio stations like have absolute quality songs. Don't get me wrong, but when you
Yeah.
look at Vice City being set in the '80s, it has to be the best soundtrack.
I don't know the equivalent of something like. Did anybody ever listen to like Soul Wax on GTA?
Wax FM. Mhm.
Yeah, you did.
You probably listen to all the radio stations because like the amount of times you have to like hop out of your car because it's about to explode and you just like nick some random car and they're listening to something random kind of thing.
That's-
like,
that's
this guy's
true,
listening to
that's
soul
true.
music. This is very nice. You know what I mean? As you're as you look through your fucking like rear view mirror and your previous car is exploding and you're just driving down the road, acting as if nothing went wrong.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
there
I
is
mean-
that kind of aspect. Yeah, go ahead.
There is some of those things, but I think the problem I will say with GTA 5's radio is especially when you do that, you run into this issue where you kind of what's the word for it? Like within the tracks of 5, there's a lot of ad type of stuff, where they're just kind of, I appreciate that they do it, but like they're just talking, and it's funny. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of funny stuff that they talk about, but some things are just like annoying, and it's like I don't really care to listen to. I'm just trying to like drive and listen to Soul Wax or Rock FM or Los Santos Radio or
Well, what I wanted to say before my
West.
daughter disconnected me.
Yeah.
So Vice City has like 83 or 84 songs in total, I believe it said. And then when you come to GTA 5, I think I'm coming up to about 114. I mean, 415
Yeah,
songs
there's a
in
lot
total.
of songs on there.
And a majority of the songs, Teriyok, that are on there for their 80s playlist or even their retro their electric playlist is actually, some of them are Vice City songs, and then and some of them are even San Andreas songs as well on the classic rock. So you'd have to say radio and song wise that GTA 5 and 4 probably has majority of it. Let's see if 4 has any of the songs from
That's the thing is I know there was some good stuff on 4, but that's another one that's hard to remember what they had as far as radio.
That's what I'm saying, boys. Like the newer games, because they have so much extra space, they're just saying let's just throw everything in there, because if you throw everything in there, then there's no like, oh, you left out this song, you left out that song. Do you know what I mean? There's none of that anymore. To me, like that's like the lazy way. Whereas like they took the risk and they're like, there's only so many songs that we can have. But there's only like an hour. I think like each radio station is just like an hour looping essentially. Do you know what I mean?
I think they should have it to, and I could be wrong. I think this was in a GTA. I don't know which one, but that you could sync your own library to it. Like that would be so epic.
I think it was 5. I could have swore maybe it was 4, or maybe I'm wrong, but I think it was 5.
I'm pretty sure
I don't
it's
see
5.
anything. Yeah, because I don't see anything. Well, here, look, like right here, it says on 4 additional tracks, including Soviet Connections by Michael Hunter. That's for the Soviet themed FM that they had on there, and then they had like DLCs that included full soundtracks available on platforms like Spotify and Apple Music and YouTube playlists. So when you got the DLC for The Lost and the Damned and the Ballad of Gay Tony, you were able to get full soundtracks of other songs from Spotify, Apple, and YouTube. I didn't fucking know that.
Huh. I might have to do that then. No, my NES gaming pictures. But yeah, I just wish that, I'm hoping that's available with the new one, where they're just like, if you have a library, if you have like a Spotify or YouTube, playlist, that they can just, have that hooked up. Like that would be really cool. Because then they don't have to focus as much on the radio, and I think they can get back to what Teriyok's talking about with this select soundtrack of these great songs. Objectively timeless classics and everything.
Let me set the stage, right? You finally got yourself a Comet. You got the sun's just coming out, and you're on your way into Vice City. You got the right radio station on, and this banger hits. You know what I'm saying? You're in the fucking 80s. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
Are we in the 2020s in GTA 5? Are we in the 2010s in GTA 4? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see like GTA 6 soundtrack. I hope they didn't go too hard into modern, like kind of rap. Like some of it I enjoy, but it's so little. I feel like
The
they
part
just have to
I
be
don't
very
get,
particular.
the part I don't get is if they got licensing for music from, not really sure if there really was that much music on 3, but if they got licensing for songs on 3, Vice City, 4, and now 5, why couldn't they have moved most of the licensing they had bought for those games to the other games to be able to have just more songs? Because there are songs missing from the other series all the way down. It just feels like the only thing that would be, I guess, with 6 is like people are going to want them to get a complete full-on licensing. I'm not really sure how it goes about like being able to put in custom songs. I'm not really sure if you need licensing for that, because that gives the player the choice to make that, so instead of the, I'm not really
Yeah.
sure, instead of the actual developers taking away
Yeah,
from
but
someone's royalties or whatever.
it's not necessarily like the like just putting on good songs. You know what I mean? It was the fact that like each radio station, like it felt like an actual radio station.
Oh
You know
yeah.
what I mean? It felt like you were tuning into like Liberty FM. You know what I mean? Or
Ah
Flash
man, I don't
FM.
know,
Do you know what I mean?
dude.
It's like a
GTA
pop
5
radio
radio
station.
station with the girl on there that says so much fucking hilarious ass fucking jokes. Like I, I don't know, dude. It's hard to say who has the best radio station, but they do sound real because they try so hard to make them sound real. But then you'd have to say that with a lot of games. Have you ever played Ghost Recon Wildlands? The freaking radio on there sounds fucking realistic as shit. It sounds like people with real problems living in fucking Venezuela.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like the reason why it sticks out so much with like Vice City is because like the radio was literally like the internet. Like before the internet, there was the radio. You know what I mean? So it's like all the kind of like radio shows, like you're like the Rusty Ring Brown Ring Brown Donuts kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? I like the lick mine, like having like that kind of like style lads. It's like what you kind of heard on the radio and all the kind of like the wacky sounds, all this kind of shit. Like they nailed that. You know what I mean? And I think in terms like with modern day, like yeah, I guess there's maybe like some radio shows, but they also do like they also stream to Twitch or they also stream to YouTube and all this kind of stuff. So in terms of that, I think even as a society or as like as a society, I don't think that it's such a big thing to nail in terms of like the radio as it was before. But my main essence is that it's like the like Vice City is like the 80s, Liberty City is like the 70s, and then like San Andreas is like the 90s, and then you have GTA 4 being like the 2000s / to 2010s, and then you have GTA 5 being like the 2010s 2020s kind of thing. But when you look at like the radio stations, like what radio station would you like pinpoint like for the 2010s? Like people aren't really listening to radio anymore. That's why we all shifted towards the internet, or we began our shift towards the internet in like the 2010s and all this kind of shit. So I see like because there's a devalue in terms of the radio, it's like do we even have radio stations that only play soul music or only play pop music or like along those lines? You know what I mean? You don't really tend to have that anymore. So when you're trying to pick out different radio stations, like some radio stations might play both or like a wide range of different songs. It's like what makes that radio station a unique radio station that should be in the game. Whereas
Would you say about Liberty City? Did you say 70s?
yeah, like in terms of the general kind of like aesthetic or kind of like theme, in terms of like trying to put a decade around it, in terms of the technology they had and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
I always thought it took place in like 2010 or 2015.
No, I'm not talking about GTA 4. When I'm saying Liberty City, I mean like GTA 3.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. Has that old slick back hair, 70s
Yeah,
style
like
before it
boys,
went into
guys, you know, like a Italian mafia.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? Like that whole kind of like vibe. And then you had like the Vice City where it's like the whole like cartels in Florida and all this kind of shit. And then you had like what was it Liberty Los Santos
But we all
which
know
is
that GTA 6 isn't going to be the last. I'm surprised that they're. I feel like what they could do, but it would basically limit them on money, and they would have to update it all the time, which they're pretty much already doing that with 5 up until 6 comes out. But like a GTA world, basically, where it's every location in the GTA universe.
And
one
like
game.
that's the proposed thing that people are saying, that there's going to be a way for you to travel, like let's say from Liberty City to San Andreas to Vice City kind of thing. Maybe there might even be a fourth city, because like they have that capability, let's say, that we've seen from other games, that like they were able to do that kind of thing. So it basically comes down to, it's not like, do they have the technology to do it? It's like, we know they have the technology to do it, but are they going to pull the trigger on it, or are they going to stick to the whole kind of vibe of, oh no, we're just going to give you Liberty City, or we're just going to give you Los Santos, or we're just going to give you Vice City? You know what I mean?
They have a world map of all the places, but I'm not really sure how much that really adds up to what the developers actually created. I think it's fan base created the.
Like that to me kind of goes to your point of like making the GTA world, that if GTA 6 nails the multiplayer element, then you basically have that, like it just becomes like the GTA Online. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that would be their final form. It would just be a huge online universe where you customize your character, and that's the campaign.
Like I used to just get on GTA 4 and just do RPing before that was really a thing. We would go out there in the airport and pull up our cars and do a demolition derby in front of the airport. That was always so much fun. But we'd role play everything before the whole big role play thing came with 5 and everything.
But hey, it is what it is, folks. And like I said, because you guys have been distracting me, we're going on a grift break because I lost track of the YouTube super chat goals. So, folks, I'm setting a new one in chats. We need, I'll do 10. We'll do 10 on the Ko-Fi. Can we get 10 on the Ko-Fi, ladies and gentlemen? Going once, going twice. I'll see you in a few.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next. Next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They ask asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Loldera. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality. Me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind. No bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Loldera. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terria. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Loldera. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called meself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Loldera. Now with me the leprechauns were grifting through the nations. Terrier leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's tile and old twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Loldera.
And we're back. Oh shit, one sec, folks. And we're back, folks. Welcome back, Jack and Halfwood. Sorry I had to beat the mics because the curtain and all that kind of stuff, but
yeah.
Are we ready, gentlemen? Are we fucking ready?
Yeah, ready.
Yes.
Because Jack, you might have thought I forget, but I didn't. I'm hitting that motherfucking wheel!
Spin it! Wow!
Gentlemen, what is the best Sherlock Holmes adaptation? And just remind everybody, I'm resetting the goal in chat. We only got an hour left. If we get the super chat goal, we will extend by an hour. If not, no worries. We'll see you all next week. Okay? So make sure I get this right. But go ahead, gentlemen. What do you think about the whole Sherlock Holmes?
I think the only thing that I've watched out of Sherlock Holmes really has been the Robert Downey Jr. one. The movies.
Okay.
So that's all I can really comparatively compare to.
Well, you can't really compare because you only have one, right?
Well, I mean, didn't they have multiple of those? But yeah, I mean that's just that series. Yeah.
We could peg both those. Well, like, do you think the first one was better than the second one, or the second one was better than the first one?
I'd probably go with the first one. I think the first one was better.
Why?
I think it was fresh at the time. Like, I feel like I can remember more kind of what happened with it, I believe. Where the second one I feel like was even though I think it was more action oriented, it didn't feel as fresh as the first one did. Like as new, you know?
Fair. Halfwood?
Honestly, I did like the first movie of the Sherlock Holmes with Robert Downey Jr. And but honestly, one of my favorite adaptations was the Sherlock Holmes in the 21st century, where it's like a futuristic animation, where they're like on the moon or some shit like that. I can vaguely remember, but it's something like that.
No, it's kind of like anime style. 22nd
Yeah, well,
century.
it's an animation. It's Sherlock Holmes in the 21st century or 22nd century or something like that. And it's like supposed to be like 1,000 years in the future. Sherlock Holmes kind of adaptation. I believe that's what it's called. Let me see.
Because for me, like I've seen Sherlock the TV series, which is like the BBC version, where it's kind of like Sherlock Holmes in the modern day setting, but it's like the same 221B Baker Street as the Granada TV series one, which was I think it was would have been the last major kind of like TV series of it. And then before that would have been like the 1940s before there was like a major kind of like Sherlock Holmes. And like the main thing for me, why Sherlock Holmes is such an important character is that like Sherlock Holmes is the like there is only reason and logic. There is nothing else. You know what I mean? Like this whole like detached, just your logic. I don't need no emotions, all this kind of shit. One could say that it's like we need more Sherlock Holmes in modern day.
Yeah, I think they need a modern day Sherlock Holmes because a lot of it does take place in a specific time period, and that's why I like the futuristic one because it's a mix of that time period with a futuristic time period. Like for instance, like Watson is cybernetic. He's part cyborg. Kind of gives you like Doctor Who vibes too.
But to me, that goes against the point of Sherlock Holmes. Like I think like modern day Sherlock Holmes is kind of like bastardized in a way because like Watson's supposed to be like a lot of critique, let's say, from the older Sherlock Holmes is that Watson's supposed to be a doctor, but he seems like an idiot compared to Sherlock, and it's like no, like Sherlock's supposed to be like so abstract that he cares that there is nothing else. There is only reason and evidence. Reason and empirical evidence. You know what I mean? That like he's basically so abstract that like he's and impersonal that he's completely unrelatable. Whereas I think a lot of modern adaptations have reversed it. Whereas they've made Watson too smart. He's like because he's a doctor, he has to be smart and all this kind of shit. And then they've tried to make Sherlock relatable. Whereas like that's not supposed to be the vibe. Like Sherlock's supposed to be the dude that like that like you're not actually relating to. It's the fact that it's more so like the story's being like being narrated through Watson, if you get me. Because like
I mean, Sherlock Holmes kind of just reminds me of like a 18th to 19th century James Bond in a way. I mean, not like the the spy thing, but like the investigation part of it, because he is
Yeah,
an
I can see that.
investigator. But
Because, like, if I was to give an American equivalent, I wouldn't say James Bond. I'd say Columbo, or like Patrick Jane from like The Mentalist.
I'm gonna say you have to compare something else because like Columbo only had so much of a series, and then even Patrick James. I don't know, like an Americanized version of Sherlock Holmes. Mm,
Like, when you guys think of Sherlock Holmes, like, what do you think about? Like, what story are we telling? Or is it just the name Sherlock Holmes?
God, it's so weird that I want to say House.
I knew that was gonna come up. We're on the same page, half of it. I swear.
I mean, that's like the only Americanized close thing to a Sherlock Holmes without a Watson in it.
Yeah, I'd agree
Well,
with
no,
you.
like the Wilson, John Watson, James Wilson, Gregory
I don't
House,
even know.
Sherlock Holmes.
It
I
sounds
mean,
familiar, but
I don't know. I don't know that right off the bat.
Like the even like the writers of like House, or like they wanted basically to do like a medical version of Sherlock Holmes. Like, what would Sherlock Holmes look like if he was a doctor? Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
Because Watson
yeah,
was the doctor
I
and
agree
all this
with
kind of
that.
shit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So it's like that was basically like that's why you see like that core and the essence from it. But it's still that same character. House was exactly the same character, where it's like he's so impersonal, he's so abstract that you wonder even if he has feelings. You know what I mean? Now, obviously
yeah,
he has those certain episodes where you get the more in depth kind of like behind the scenes of like the house on this kind of shit. But in terms of like the let's say the day to day kind of like episode and all this kind of stuff of House, like he was literally like there's been multiple times where he went when he went against religion and even God. Like there was the episode like House versus, it's literally called House versus God. Do you know what I mean? And at the end he has like the shirt with like the torch on it with like the light symbolizing the light bringer and all this kind of shit. It's a beautiful beautiful series, I have to say. But we can take that dynamic from House and show that like Wilson's the more relatable one. He's the one with the feelings and all this kind of shit, and he's able to, like, as House say, it's like he's a gift to like emotionally manipulate people and all this kind of shit. Um, like that's the dynamic of what like Sherlock Holmes should be. And if you're to compare that to what we see in the movies, Watson's not really relatable. He's just kind of like off in the background, and he's never really like part of the main. Well, like he's obviously part of the main story, but he's not like you're not really feeling anything towards him. It's mainly just all about Sherlock, which I find fascinating because it's almost like the opposite. Like there's been like the Hound of the Baskerville, basically the way that's written, it's like Sherlock's barely in the Hound of the Baskerville, because he tells Watson to go off and do all the stuff, and like he's basically like all is just like writing back and forth between Sherlock. Like you barely see him. You know what I mean? But when you look at the modern adaptations of it, it's all about Sherlock. Sherlock's in every scene and all this kind of shit. Whereas like the whole like thing about Sherlock is he'd disappear, and then all your like the vast majority of the episodes about Watson and from his perspective and all this kind of shit. And then Sherlock shows up at the end, and then he starts explaining shit and starts tying in the knots and all this kind of shit, or tying up the loose ends and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So like to me, it's one of those things that it's often it's very interesting to see like particularly people that like haven't read the original. Like when Vanta came on, he was like Moriarty is like the penultimate villain for Sherlock and all that stuff, and it's like no, like that's not the case. If you're to just watch the Robert Downey Jr. movies, then yeah, you think that like Moriarty is like the ultimate villain for him and all this kind of shit. But anybody who's like watched any of the older stuff or read the books would tell you no, like it was Milverton. Charles Augustus Milverton was the dude that literally pushed Sherlock past his own morality. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to find this one show that I watched, like maybe 2010, 2015, and it's the closest thing I can think of, like an American. Don't knock my coffee over, girl. It's like the closest thing to an American version of a Sherlock Holmes, and it was like the old man was like the Watson of the TV show, and the Sherlock Holmes was like the younger guy. I know it wasn't called Leverage because Leverage was about a bank robbery type thing and leveraging uh, like uh, blackmail against people. But I know it sounded like Leverage. Maybe it's not Leverage. It's something else. I'm trying to find it, but I can't fucking find it. I know it was canceled because it didn't make it that far, but it had some futuristic aspects, but it was only like due to like this guy's vast, extraordinary intelligence. Fuck, I cannot find it. God, he's going ham off the piano right now.
That's gonna be a musical masterpiece right there.
She's like, you wouldn't let me knock your coffee over? All right, I'm gonna.
The Shakespeare of our generation.
That's something we need more of, Shakespeare. That's what I was thinking of earlier. We need a figure like that in today's era.
I'm honestly not even sure how accurate this thing is about things that are canceled. It says Squid Game's canceled after season 3, and I'm like, did they cancel it?
I guess so.
I don't know. I can't even figure it out what it's called. It's fuck, I cannot think of it. Oh, I know it is. Fringe.
I feel like I've heard of it. I haven't seen it, but
Let me make sure that's the name of it.
But like that ties back to like my question in terms of like when you hear the name Sherlock Holmes, like what would be your description? What would definitively describe Sherlock Holmes? And separate it from, let's say, a Patrick Jane or a Columbo.
I guess it would be his character. I mean, his character is just so broad compared to like other detective characters. Like he's not just a serious, detective type guy. He's also like in the minds of the type of people he's investigating. I mean, that's how most investigators work, but I feel like a lot of them get that from, Sherlock Holmes as an investigator himself, like from the stories and stuff like that. I kind of feel like a lot of investigators kind of get the rundown from shit like that. Either that or it's vice versa. That's where Sherlock Holmes got it from, but kind of where the books and the story was made and takes place, it's kind of hard to say it was kind of ahead of its time. If you kind of get what I mean, like he's a guy that's ahead of his time. That's kind of what makes him different from a lot of other detective characters.
Okay, and Jack, like when I say Sherlock Holmes, like what picture comes into your head, or like how would you describe Sherlock Holmes to separate it from the likes of Columbo, Patrick Jane, all this kind of stuff?
Well, that's the thing is I don't have very much to compare it to because I haven't seen either of those things either. So, but I do have a good comparison as far as on the anime side of things. There's this series that's been out for a long time. It has a lot of episodes. But it's called Detective Conan. And it's anime. I've watched some episodes of that. I know a little bit about it, but I can kind of compare it to that. But as far as like just movie and like live action and something that's specific to Sherlock
Detective
Holmes.
Conan is case closed. Yeah,
Case
dude.
closed. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. That like a lot of people don't even know that series has a lot of fucking episodes. It's a really good investigating TV show.
And if anybody does enjoy Sherlock Holmes, I highly recommend it. But speaking to Sherlock Holmes, like when I think of those movies with Robert Downey Jr., I understand where half of it was coming from with the James Bond uh, perspective without it being like a spy, you know. Um, so it made a lot of sense from that way. And granted, I watched these two movies right when they first like kind of came out, so I don't remember everything that kind of happened with it. Um, but it just seemed like a detective that was very smart, that had unorthodox means of making things happen and different thought patterns than everybody else to come to these conclusions with, like you said, usually um, the kind of secondary but interesting character of um, um, the doctor, and like I said, sometimes that varies from series to series, but I didn't feel like it was as bad within Robert Downey Jr. Like, he did feel kind of an idiot, but it didn't feel like too overbearing. So I think that's where it was tolerable. But I don't have anything to compare it to, so that I've watched. So it's kind of hard to say if they did a good job with that.
I'd have to say another thing that makes him a very unique detective or investigator is that the way that he observes things is like unique. Like Sherlock Holmes is the. Hold on, let me go outside real quick. Sherlock Holmes is the type of person to get shot and be all like, "Watson, did you see that mirror broken on the ground 2 feet from us before I got shot?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, like a key thing in terms of like with the like Sherlock character is, and this is why I say it's like he's not supposed to be relatable. Is he is that kind of like logic and reason and empirical evidence like taken to the extreme, so much so that like you even like doubt whether or not this dude's even a person. Like, is he like, does he actually feel? Does he have emotions? All this kind of shit. Like this cool, calm, collected kind of like character, but it's also kind of like weird and eccentric, and he's not really normal. All that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? And I think the like a certain aspect of like that Sherlock Holmes character is like, while all the rest of them like try to be relatable, like a distinction between like Columbo and like Sherlock Holmes is it's almost like both of them mixed in together for Columbo. Like, Columbo is relatable, but then he's also like really shrewd and smart, and he plays dumb, but actually he's playing a bigger game with the 4D chess and all this kind of shit. Whereas like Sherlock Holmes, like it's literally like Sherlock is like that like define abstraction of like pure reason and logic, and like showing that like that's not really how humans interact. Humans are more so like what Watson would be, where it's like you think they're a bumbling idiot, but actually they're a doctor and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I haven't seen that in like you're kind of saying like shows like Fringe or The Mentalist or whatever. It really feels as though like that detective character is like elevated above us, as if like that's what we should.
I mean, you can almost compare him to like a functioning sociopath.
Yeah, I was thinking of like connections, and one actually popped in my head. Have you guys seen Knives Out?
No, I don't think I've seen Knives Out. You might have to describe it.
That's really good. The guy that plays the 007s, the past, I don't know how many 007s he's played, but the most at this point, I think. But he plays the lead role in that, yeah. And it's really good. I've enjoyed every one of them that's coming out. I'm pretty sure it's only been 2, but I think they're making another spin-off. And it's almost like if anybody's like played like Clue, it's kind of like that, but it also feels like the unorthodoxy of Sherlock Holmes. The unorthodox methods, the not sure kind of what kind of things he's thinking, but he's definitely kind of has his unorthodox methods, and just really smart, and just kind of like, oh yeah, I put it together and this is how I did it. And it's like, but at the same time with the kind of same emotions as Holmes. So I feel like if you like that type of stuff, that would be good as well. It's pretty good.
Another thing that makes him unique is every single TV show, video game, anything that references a detective or an investigator, they literally go into like a Sherlock Holmes themed kind of aspects. Like almost every game and TV show kind of does that. Like you'll never see them do that with Columbo or other ones. I mean, they might, but a lot of people will still see Sherlock Holmes before they see those other characters.
Yeah.
Well, like the interesting thing about Columbo is, and what makes Columbo unique is that like you see the whole crime at the start of the show. And you don't see, like, Columbo doesn't show up typically until like 20 or 30 minutes into the actual show. Like
So it gives the viewer more information than Columbo.
Yeah, you see that, you know exactly who's done it. So like because like a lot of the genres that we're talking about is like the who done it. So like it typically opens up with like Columbo's no, sorry, not Columbo, but like Patrick Jane is arriving on the scene, there's already a dead body and all that stuff, but you don't know who done it, you don't know the motive, and none of that kind of shit. Whereas like Columbo, it's like you know the motive, you know who done it, you know how they done it, like you know everything about the crime. The only thing you don't know is how is Columbo going to catch them. You know what I mean? So like there's certain things like where they'll intentionally lean into certain pieces of the evidence where you think, oh no, he's definitely got that, but then the person who committed the murderer will like have some sort of excuse or some sort of escape from that. You're building tension into, and you're leading the audience down one path that they're naturally gravitating towards anyway, and then you're able to kind of like throw in the gambit and say, no, they have that, so then how are you going to catch them? And then Columbo somehow finds a way. You know what I mean?
I can kind of see.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
can kind of see how that didn't last because, like, a lot of people are more interested in the involvement of leading up to how it all conspired. If you tell them the entire story straight out, and then the last part is basically how they got caught, I feel like that only works with like a non-investigative way. Like the way that Forensic Files does it is like they'll explain the story without giving too much detail until the end, where they catch the person, and like they'll explain that it could be this person, but it could also be another person. But they'll explain how they get down to their point of how they came to the conclusions of it being the actual suspect. I mean, I guess I could see how that would work and would be fascinating, but I could also see how that might die out in a modern day era compared to like Sherlock Holmes's method of how he investigates something.
But you'd think that, but what's the best way to describe it? Because it's like there's still something that the audience doesn't know. So it's like you can give so much away of the particular crime, but the fact that you don't know how they're going to get caught, and like that's the main thing of like how do they get caught is the thing that the audience doesn't know. But to your point,
something as simple as like a guy in an alleyway, you'd see his face and he shoots a guy, you'd see the victim and the suspect, but that's about as much as the information they would give you, basically.
No. Like you get the whole like you'd see him interacting with the wife, and you like, let's say, then it'll cut to like her cheating on him or whatever, and then like then it cuts to him finding out, and then it cuts to him actually like doing the whole murder and like showing the individual thing. So if he's like injecting poison into the wine bottle, like it'll show that and everything, and then it'll show her drinking it, or then it'll show him like killing her or whatever, and then
So
afterwards it'll be the crime scene. They will show you everything in terms of the crime scene. The only thing the reason why you keep watching is you want to watch how does Columbo catch them. You know what I mean? Because the way it's typically phrased is like, oh shit, this is like the perfect crime. You know what I mean? So it's like from the aspect of Columbo, it pretty much is like, how is Columbo going to catch them? And like as it's kind of playing out, there's different things to try and see if they can cover it up in time and all this kind of stuff. Whereas I think a lot of the modern day shows is you're giving the audience nothing. So, and like, yeah, that there's more stuff to uncover, and that's why you want to watch the episode, because you want to watch who's the person that done it, how did they do it, and then how did they catch it. You know what I mean? Whereas Columbo, you only have how did they catch it. Yeah. But in terms of the way it plays out, why would I care about who done it or thing? Because I haven't seen it. All I've seen, like the opening scene, is just the dead body. Like, why do I care about the fact that this person's died? Whereas the fact that you're giving them the who's doing it and how they done it. You know what I mean? You have that kind of thing to, oh yeah, like, you know, if my wife done that to me, I can go understand why you'd want to kill a bitch, or like you have that kind of whole aspect to it. Do you know what I mean? So it's you think like when you describe it and the fact that it's like, yeah, the only thing that they're showing you is like how they catch the guy, and it's like I don't know if that's going to be able to retain the audience, but because there's that one main thing that you're looking for, and you have this other piece of information you can kind of feed the audience, rather than trying to do this thing that you play out, particularly in like the Mentalist and all this stuff of like having to give like the personal stuff, like to try and personify like the main dude and all this kind of shit, rather than keeping them abstract characters and they're just doing it in terms, and like you're kind of personalizing the particular people that are involved in the crime. Now it's turned into personalizing detectives and making the people with the crime impersonal. You know what I mean? So like, to me, like, to one, it would seem counterintuitive, but it actually makes more sense to actually show why they commit the crime and who commit the crime, and then to leave the how they get caught as the carrot that the audience wants to chase. You know what I mean? Or the reason why the audience wants to keep looking at you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Anyways, I think we should spin this. We've done a lot on this one.
That's what I was waiting for. Jack says, spin that motherfucking wheel.
Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
Gentlemen, were Ross and Rachel really on a break?
Well, Jack never watched Friends, I believe he said.
Yeah.
What are you fucking doing to me here, Jack?
And I
said
feel
I've
like,
told you this before.
And I feel like it's, you know, it's one of them TV shows where it's like you really got to have a specific interest, and like it kind of shows you what it's like having a bunch of friends in a daily life, basically after high school and all that stuff, like a bunch of best friends and stuff like that, trying to stick together. And honestly, I feel like, yeah, because anytime you say a break or anything like that, I feel like it's completely different from saying, we need, we just need some time away from each other, like not taking a break, but like, you spend so much time with each other, it gets insufferable that you just need to, like, someone needs to go to their parents' house or some shit for like a week, or like, I feel like there's a difference between a break, because a break still leads up to the same context of breakup to me, and that's kind of what I get from that.
Well, like, what's the difference between a breakup and going on a break?
Well, I don't really feel like there's a difference. I feel like they're kind of the same, because like the context of the way saying it, like we're going on a break, would sound the same as we're going on we're breaking up, because a lot of people, like in the context of a breakup, it's 50-50. Like people either break up and it's completely done, or they go back and forth for the longest time until they finalize the breakup. So I feel like that goes in the same categorization of a break. It's like, let's see how it goes based on our choices to see if it was worth it or not. So basically, like saying let's go on a break, and then he goes and finds somebody else, and I really wouldn't consider that in the level of cheating, for the simple fact that it's a little different than taking time away from each other. I still want to be in a relationship type thing. Like, I feel like there's a certain balance of communication that wasn't really there. And that's kind of why it's like, if he truly loved her, he would have just kind of not really done anything and just stayed around for her, I guess. But that'd be my take on it.
Jack, what are your thoughts on the whole break versus break up? Is there a difference?
You know, I used to think they were different. But a lot of the time, and I feel like a lot of situations, it's not. But I think they can be different. I think they can be. But I think most of the time, like probably maybe like 75% of the time, are not. Like usually they just result in a full like breakup. You know?
Well, I feel like the context of like saying let's go on a break would mean like not a complete breakup. Let's take some time apart. But people today use let's go on a break and then they go and sleep with some other person and be all like, we were on a break. It really didn't mean any, like that's kind of what I mean. Like people say break when they actually mean breakup when they don't really want to say the whole thing. A lot of times I feel like at least going through a lot of relationships, whether it was high school and out of high school, it's almost like people are scared to break up with people. It's almost like they don't want to hurt someone's feelings. I get that, but it's kind of like eventually you have to learn that if you can't be with someone, you're gonna have to hurt someone's feelings.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is more to it than that, but I generally feel like sometimes people just say break because they really technically don't really want to actually lose that person. They just want to go have an experience with someone else and not be attached to that person, and then come back and be like, all right, let's continue. Because
Basically,
I might have
kind of
fucked
like
up
figure out why they want that person to stick around. Kind of like extra options or I don't know. I know the way you're trying to word it, but it's not like extra options. It's kind of like they kind of want to see
if they really love you.
Yeah, well, not just that, but like what would they be missing out on versus if they were with someone else?
Yeah, and some people abuse that pretty hard. Like I think if you're willing to do it in the first place, sure, but when you're like intentionally doing it, like you're like, oh, I'm gonna set this breakup just so I can have this kind of in my mind a free pass, and then come back and be like, oh, nothing happened, you know, not even telling the person whatever it might be, you know. But then there's some people who they really just want a break, and they're just like they just want space, and they feel like maybe that's the only way, and then they don't do anything, and then they just get back together because they're like, man, I really missed you, and I thought it through, and this, and I got pretty much caught my breath. So I understand kind of both sides of it. It just really, like you said, modern day, it's like
it would be like 75-25. It's definitely not a 50-50. I just feel like a lot of people lean more towards when they say break, they really want to break up, but they just don't want to admit it.
Yeah, and that's how I feel.
Like
about it
in the context, like they don't, like you said, they don't want to leave the person. They just want to know if they truly want to leave the person. Like, is their life going to be better without them in their life? And then they realize, that person's probably the best person to be in my life. That's kind of the scenario a lot of people run into.
And what he just brought up with what Witch just said was very true as well. A lot of people just can't handle being on their own. I think that's a huge proprietor in it as well. Some people just can't handle it.
I feel like that's like one aspect that they should have allowed in school where, a certain simulation or scenario where it's like in the woods by yourself kind of scenario. You know what I mean? Like, not necessarily that, because that would be kind of like hard for a lot of parents to cope with their kids being, but like something like that. You know what I mean? Like learning how to deal with things on your own, because a lot of people rely on others, which is okay to need help or want help. It's completely fine. Even in biblical terms, it's completely fine. And even being a man, there's nothing wrong with asking for help. It actually makes you more of a man to ask for help, to realize that there's some things you can't do on your own. But
Yeah.
you do also have to realize that at some point in your life you're gonna be on your own, and you have to you have to learn how to cope with that.
Yeah, and that's what I said with the overhaul. I could talk about all day about the schools because I think the education system is just so screwed up, and I would love to see a lot of things overhauled. Like I said, some things obviously need to stay, but other things I just don't understand. But you know, um, but as far as this, yeah, I think it's a 75-25 where usually most of the time when they say break, they just want to break up. What about you, Tarak?
Yeah.
What do you think? I think I know your stance on this, but
But like for me, like break and break up, I don't understand the break.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Because like the like what Creative Witch was saying in the chat as well is like a break is taking time to think about without feeling pressured. But like I don't understand. Like if you need time to think about the relationship, so like you have the time. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like whether or not the person is staying with you or not, it's still like your own thoughts in your head. You know what I mean? And like to be able to kind of work it through. And I think
but
like if you're in a mindset where you're like, I need time where I don't see you to actually think about the relationship. To me, is
yeah.
like your mind like already saying like I want to break up, and you're already kind of like starting off that process kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like a break would be indecisive. Like it'd be the indecisive part before getting to breakup, because like that's kind of how I
Well,
would see it.
well, I think a lot of people sometimes the significant other can be um like quite suffocating. I guess is the best way to describe that. Like I just feel like they're too much for the person sometimes, and they need to get away to kind of actually, like I said, like have a thought process and actually sit because the person doesn't leave them alone. Maybe they're very attached, and so I could, like I said, I could see both sides of it. But I'd feel like I really would need to know the context of it all because if you're just literally, like I said, breaking or putting on a break just to do all this other stuff, then yeah, I don't completely see the point of it. It makes no sense.
And like that's just from the abstract of like break versus break up. I don't really understand the whole break thing. To me, like the break is like the first part of the break up kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because like I said, if you're like genuinely thinking about the relationship and to like even when like to the point where like you need space, like to me, like I think that's just like you trying to like kind of reinforce it in both your mind but also your partner's mind that like we're preparing to end essentially. Is
Yeah, I
like
agree
to
with
me, do you know
that.
what I mean?
I
And
agree.
I
like
feel like
Absolutely agree with
I feel
that.
like in a relationship, if your partner after I don't know, maybe the first couple of days, months, and stuff like that, maybe not be as same as effective, but after like a year or so, or something like that, or close to a year, and then somebody tells you uh, they want to break, would almost kind of feel just as similar as saying that they want to break up. I mean, you would it would kind of weigh on you, kind of just the same, because you don't really know how it's going to turn out, because you really
Yeah.
kind of can't read their mind.
And like that's just like the abstract. When we go specifically into the example of Ross and Rachel, like technically, yes, they were on a break, but I don't buy like what a break means. Like like the whole kind of like break up. Like I said, in terms of the like the follow on, like that was basically the initiation of the breakup. So at the point of when Rachel said we need to go on a break, to me, like Ross had like full license to go off and kind of like actually start pursuing like someone else. Now, that being said, I actually think Rachel was better off not being with Ross because Ross is a goddamn psychopath. Take the laugh track out of Friends, and Ross sounds like an absolute fucking psychopath. One sec, I'm actually going to dig up a video of this, boys. This is long overdue. This is long overdue.
I mean, a lot of people would think Joey's the dumbest character in Friends, but I always thought Ross was because it just his personality. I don't know. I felt like he was a little bit.
Joey is definitely the first what's the word for it? Perceived one.
Yeah,
for sure.
Okay, so here's I'm gonna try do this as quick as I can. So here's one of them, right? Here's Ross.
Great class. Thanks, man. Yeah, I was watching. Hey, a couple of questions though. You know about that last move where that woman tripped you and then pinned you to the floor? What would you do next?
Well, then she'd take her keys and try to jam them in you.
No. What would you do next?
Who, me, the attacker?
Yes, that's right.
Why?
I tried attacking 2 women, did not work. It's okay. I mean, they're my friends. In fact, I was married to one of them.
You attacked your ex-wife?
Oh, no. I tried. Maybe we could attack them together.
You see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying here, folks? Like, that to me, it's like, if I hear that shit, I'm like, yeah, bro, like, I'll set up the meet and all this kind of shit. And then as soon as that motherfucker walks out of the dojo, hello, 911, yeah, I'd like to report some suspicious activity. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy shit.
Yeah, you do take the laughing out of it, yeah. I've never liked laugh tracks. Like, anything with laugh tracks in it.
Honestly, I get the morbid.
Anything with laugh tracks in it? So we're getting rid of Scooby-Doo now as well?
Well, I mean, I'm a realistic person. I get the morbid part out of a laugh track. All those people are dead.
Yeah.
They're using the same laugh track from movies from years ago. Like it's no recorded audio. Like some people will be all like, "Oh, it's recorded in front of a live audience," and then you realize it's really not. It's pre-recorded laughing of people who are probably all gone.
Yeah, but I completely would agree with what you just showed, Teriak, though. That's what just plain audio of that, like, yeah, that's definitely like you can even see the other guy was kind of looking at him. I don't know if that was obviously the purpose, but yeah, definitely was like looking at him like, oh, like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna report this, like,
because I think like that was the thing about Ross's character, where it's like after the Rachel thing, like he was kind of like a goofy, happy-go-lucky kind of like guy, and then they literally just turn him into like a psychopath.
yeah,
You know what I mean? And like that to me was kind of like where what would be the best way to describe it? Like this kind of like degradation of like the male image, so to speak, in a sense of like where like, okay, one girl set him over the edge and now he's just a psychopath for the rest, and then he ends up with the girl. To me, do you know what I mean? Like that's where I'm kind of like, this doesn't make a lot of sense unless it's like, I don't know, like because if Rachel is the one, because like Rachel's the also like the happy-go-lucky, like she was kind of like she was born in, she was supposed to get married to the wealthy guy, like the whole kind of like anti-trad kind of like culture kind of thing. You know what I mean? So she leaves the husband at the altar, and then like Ross supposed to be like the love story and all this stuff. Then Ross has his challenge, and then he gets the girl in the end. But then in that process, they turn him into a psychopath, and then he gets the girl at the end. It's like, what kind of a fucking story is that? You know what I mean? The hero turns into a psychopath, but then he gets the princess at the end. Nah, if the dude turns into a psychopath, he's supposed to, like, that's the villain story that you tell, and he inevitably fails at the end, and happily ever after that. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. I think we should spin it.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Jack, you're supposed to say, shut the fuck up, Terry. I can spin that wheel. I was expecting this.
Or, here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up and spin that wheel.
Yeah, I probably would say that's one of the ones like, when it comes up, we beat to death completely.
Gentlemen, was Jeffrey Epstein murdered?
Bro, if you
Man.
like watched and read, if you look at all the information, dude, it's like it's so fucking hard to not think. It's like one of these fucking OJ Simpson fucking trial. Like there's a lot of stuff leading up to, yeah, it's like shit, dude. Why is this stuff so hidden to the point where it's almost like he had to have been like pre-taken out, but I don't know, just all the stuff leading up to it, the camera's not working, guards not being there, like just dude, it's interesting. Like we could all say, oh yeah, you know, he did it himself. He self-deleted, but you know, when it comes to the conclusion, there's also that chance that he might not have. It's really stuck when I'm on, especially reading everything that took place, like all the viable information that took place.
So I will say I think he was. However, you know, if you want to go down the conspiracy rabbit hole even more, was he actually murdered? Did he actually, like, you know, like unalive? Like, you know, like I don't know. He could still be out there technically. Like, I'm not saying that's true. Like, I believe less, but
No, that was a conspiracy too because of the autopsy with the body that they had from the. I mean, it's really outlandish, but it's like his face and nose don't add up to his actual face and nose, and it's like, well, when people die, it does kind of change some things, but it's hard to say like the entire ratio of nose and face. I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to have like cancer. You'd have to be going through some rough shit and die. Like that's the only time I ever see people not really look like themselves. Like honestly, that's.
Yeah, but I'd say for the prompt's sake, yes, I think he was.
Well, gentlemen, just like the Kurt Cobain murder, I got my crayons out, and we have actual photos of the Epstein murder. So this is a picture of the jail cell. As you can see, we have some. Here's a close up. Ignore this thing over here. This is clearly all done by myself. So there's the bunk bed thing. Obviously, not a very tall bunk bed. There's another picture of the bunk bed. Here's the side of it. Again, here's another one of the corner. Let's scroll down here. Here's one of the side. What the side that's against the wall. Here's right in front of the bunk bed. Here's the other bunk bed, and there's the ladder where he tied the rope. Notice it's not even the top step of the ladder. And then here's the actual rope itself, not very sturdy at all, as you can see, gentlemen. So in terms of just like that evidence so far, what are any key pieces we could point out, or is there any key pieces that point out there?
You know, honestly, I've never looked into this too much. It just felt fishy. Like from the very beginning, it felt fishy. Because didn't all the cameras go down too? Conveniently, they just disappeared.
The cameras and the guards. The cameras and the guard that was supposed to be in that vicinity wasn't there. I believe he even had a cellmate that was, I could be wrong, a cellmate that was like a high top priority, he was a guy that was convicted for killing people. Like I could have swore that was the guy that was in the cell with them, but they also said that the guy wasn't in the cell with them. So it's kind of like, what the fuck? But I could be wrong. Maybe he had a single cell, but I see a bunk bed, so I don't know. It's hard to say.
But that material does not look very strong. I mean, that just looks though, so who knows?
Well, I think they have to make a lot of gels anti deletion, they have to do a lot of stuff to them to make them people where they can't do that.
And Creative Witch as well pointing out that you hang from the little space in the bar of bed. Can you sit there and not be exactly? So Like I like that's why I pointed out the ladder. When you look at the ladder, it was like it wasn't the top ladder. So if you see this picture here, right? Maybe I can zoom in closer to show us exactly what I'm talking about. So, and then drag it across to here. So yeah, like this is the bunk bed ladder, yeah. So like there's the top step here. Do you see where the mouse cursor is? So there's the top step here, right, which is like where the top bed starts. Then there's the second one. It was the third step. So it's basically halfway up the ladder he decided to use to quote unquote self-delete on. So like I don't know
which
about
doesn't that doesn't add up because he would have enough space for his brain to react, put his feet on the ground, and prevent death.
Yeah, so like in terms of the whole, like he's not swinging. Like when they say like he hung himself, like he's not swinging when he hung himself there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's kind of one thing where it's like it's a bit unorthodox. You can even see that it was like it was tied here on this other image here. One sec. I need to put it full screen. So if you see this image here on the right hand side in the middle, that's the step, and that's like the middle step of the ladder. So it doesn't even make sense from that logistics why you'd even try to do it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and plus you'd have to be on some type of sedative or substance that would make you go limp to where you'd be able to actually hang from that position and it actually harm you. Like, because there's no way like a completely sober person would be able to do that without their body reacting, their brain reacting to the fight or flight response.
Yeah, I definitely believe that it was.
And like I said, I'm actually a bit offended that you didn't compliment my crayon skills because this is very photorealistic. Again, ignore the logo on the top left corner. That's
You've gotten a lot better.
Thank you kindly, sir. You know, I've been practicing my shading, Jack. You know what I mean? You using pastels as well. Great was saying the abuse victim gave a statement about Trump the day before, and like this is the whole thing as well, where it's like now all of a sudden Trump was an informant and all this kind of shit. I don't believe none of it, bro. I don't believe none of it. I don't believe that Trump's the hero, and I don't believe that that this dude done it to himself, self-deleted. You know what I mean? Because there's no way in hell that the government knows exactly how much money I'm making on Venmo, but this cunt was able to have some nefarious fucking like child prostitution ring island or some shit like that. How does that make any fucking sense?
It don't.
I also think like they had so much information that they were going to get out of him, but he that's probably where they either had him removed, like he was saying, or he was taken out because of the amount of information he could have gave out, which could have put way more people under, or would put way more people under.
You know,
like,
I
bear in
think.
mind. Oh, yep. Go ahead, Jack.
I think we should spin that motherfucking wheel.
He says, "Spin that motherfucking wheel."
Spin that! Spin that! Wow!
Jack, if you said that you didn't watch this movie, I swear to fuck. Was Dumbledore actually a bad guy?
No, we established I've seen this, so I don't know why. But fuck. I'm trying to think. I know there was a lot of setup there, but I don't remember how the payoff was where he would be like could be considered a bad guy, I guess I should say. Because technically, right, in the story, like they're all like, yeah, he's the, you know, the what's the word for it? The old man teacher, you know, like the head honcho, you know, of the school, you know. But I don't know. I'm trying to remember how that all played out. Like I know the kind of the lead up to it, but I don't remember what was the kind of the last thing that he did.
So I have to be careful about this.
He doesn't want to give you the answer.
No, it's not that. It's like
Okay.
when you look at like key events, right? Like when you look at the Deathly Hallows story, right? How does the
Right.
Elder Wand pass from wizard to wizard? You can't just steal it off the other wizard. You have to either beat them in a duel or like basically kill them. You know what I mean? Dumbledore
Oh.
possesses the Elder Wand, which means Dumbledore
Right.
killed another wizard to get the Elder Wand. That's number one. Number two,
Right.
like from Harry's essentially like since he's been a baby, like Dumbledore knew, or he had a strong inclination that Dumbledore, because of the way it went down with Harry's mother and all this kind of shit, accidentally put a Horcrux in Harry, right? And that's why Harry has the link to Voldemort and all this kind of shit. So like basically like one could, and Snape even says this, where it's like the criticism to Dumbledore, where it's like you basically just like you fed him like a lamb to slaughter. You knew that this was coming down, and you still
Yeah.
chose to act the way like raising him up, like just so you know he's going to be slaughtered by like, you know that the only way for this that this story turns out is if Voldemort kills Harry, and you've like gone out of your way to facilitate that moment happens.
Did he think that Harry could do it, and maybe that's why he was doing it?
Either way, like when you if do you know what was it, Captain Ahab? What the fuck's the name of that story?
Sounds familiar. I can't think of it right now. I'm almost on 24 hours of no sleep, so.
My man, Moby Dick. Moby Dick is the story.
Moby
right?
Dick,
The
okay.
captain, the character Captain Ahab, where it's like basically a captain that gets like obsessed with a certain idea of taking down a certain whale or whatever, and it's like he gets obsessed with like making sure that like with this idea. You know what I mean? So yeah, no worries, Alfoot. Take her handy. But like the essence of like what this thing is saying is that like Dumbledore is basically Captain Ahab. He was going out of his way to make sure that Voldemort was like he was like the only one that was actually like treating Voldemort as a serious threat. Like everyone else was like, he who shall be named, he'll never return, all this kind of shit. But Dumbledore was like preparing for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it has that kind of whole dynamic. It's like, is Dumbledore Captain Ahab here? Where he's literally like raising a kid just to be and leading him straight to a like the quote unquote most evil or dangerous wizard to ever exist. You know what I mean? Like it puts a very kind of unsettling thing, especially because like up until that point, Dumbledore is like the nice, sweet, innocent, you know, old dude. He's the head honcho. He runs the gaff. He's the CEO. Everyone likes him.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely moments in between, like I said, that was a lot of lead up where there was definitely like some shady stuff going on. I remember him with the fountain. You remember that scene where Harry looks into the fountain, and then he kind of comes from behind him, and it's like, "Yeah, what'd you see?" It's like he kind of knew that he was gonna do that. You know, he was there waiting for it. But it's like, how do you go about interpreting that? There was definitely like a lot of shady things that happened. And as far as like getting the wand and everything, I think we got to know maybe he killed another bad guy to get that. but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's mentioned or if there's backstory to that. I really don't know. But I could see how he would receive to be a quote unquote bad guy. But if we're talking about the story from the baseline, he's considered a good guy.
Let's play it out. This is the scene I'm talking about.
You've kept him alive so that he can die at the proper moment. You've been raising him like a pig for slaughter.
Don't tell me now that you've grown to care for the boy.
Like, think about what Dumbledore just says with that line. Don't tell me now that you've gone and care for the boy. We both knew that the winning strategy necessitates sacrifice. You knew when you signed up to this, Snape, that we were going to sacrifice this cunt to Dumbledore, to Voldemort.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And everybody thinks that Dumbledore is the motherfucking VIP and all this kind of shit. Unbelievable. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. That part definitely doesn't look great on him. That's for sure. But yeah, it's hard to tell, because he does a lot of good things in the series as well. So it's I understand the framing of the question and what you're getting at. It definitely makes you think about him because he definitely has a lot of shady shit going on. That's for sure. A lot of shady shit.
But like, why do you think that Dumbledore's the good guy?
Well, wasn't there a couple good things that he really done in the series and really helped? Like, it's not like he sat back and watched everything happen. He could have easily done that and been the bad guy.
If I do a bunch of nice things, but those nice or good things, if I do a bunch of good things, but the only reason why I done those good things was so I could get my way or I could get something done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are they actually good things, or does that all of a sudden put a stain on those things that I've done?
Well, I think if you're intending to be good for the sake of others, then yes. But if it's just for you, no.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is like we're interpreting, right? Like I think that's a big part of it. We're interpreting it this way.
When Dumbledore says that line, "Don't tell me now that you've come to care for the boy."
Yeah.
That's insinuating that Dumbledore doesn't care about Harry. This is all necessity.
But what I'm saying is, with the ending part of it, like if he didn't think Harry could do it, right? Then Harry would have lost, and then what would happen? You know what I mean? Like that would have been worse for him.
But how is it worse for him? Because he dies either way.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit!
But,
spoilers alert for anybody.
By this point, yeah. But I don't know. I just feel like maybe he was caring about other people. But the thing is, he just didn't have the best way, I guess, of how it was interpreted. Like I feel like there was definitely reason there, but I don't know if he was bad. Like I said, I feel like that comes in with like an insinuation, that we're just insinuating this. We're interpreting it that way.
But what other way could you interpret it?
I'm just trying to give him grace, I guess. I don't know. Like you're convincing me. What can I say? You're convincing me.
Because, like I said, like in terms of the whole like Voldemort thing. Like he's obviously the dude that gets captured by the ideology of like pure power, and like this is the whole thing
Right.
of like the pure bloods, pure power, and all this kind of shit. Now, one could make the argument in terms of like why should like wizards accept half breeds or like non breeds whatsoever, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like they're higher intellect or higher class, all this kind of shit. But when you look at like how Dumbledore was playing the chess field, it's like he was no different to Voldemort at the end of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, in some ways, for sure. That's the thing is, with Voldemort, he used to be, if I remember right, part of Hogwarts, right? And he was called Tom
Riddle.
Something? Tom Riddle? Yeah. And yeah, they kind of go through the backstory of him and his kind of fall into madness with like you said, power. I guess you could somewhat apply that to Dumbledore because, like you said, we don't know where he kind of got that wand. That definitely makes an insinuation that he had to kill someone for it. I don't know. I just feel like there was a lot more explored there, and maybe that's what they wanted to leave it off on. But I don't know if there's any more that's really, dived into that. I don't know. I only read up to the first 3 books, but I watched all the movies. So.
Okay, so this is where it gets a bit fucky because apparently, like in the original, like it was only if you like overpower or disarm the wizard. But apparently, Grindelwald was the previous owner, and it was like a legendary duel that him and Dumbledore had. But the apparently Grindelwald got it by stealing it from the wand maker, which makes no sense because you can't just steal it. It has to be like some sort of like duel or whatever the fuck.
So is that how even did he get it? Like, it's just the whole tracery of that particular wand is
because like then it says Dumbledore later explained he was able to tame the wand because he claimed it not for personal gain or power, but to prevent others like Grindelwald from misusing it. But what does Harry do at the end of the movies? He just snaps it in two and says, "Yep, no one's going to get it." You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
So it's like the only thing that makes sense is if Dumbledore was lying his fucking ass off. I think that's going to be my new hot take. That's going to be my new hot take. Dumbledore was actually the evil cunt.
He's going full balls to the wall. The fountain. Wouldn't have he found out that Harry was gonna most likely do that, or at least give him the opinion that because he definitely used that fountain. He knew it well.
Yeah, but it's only memories. Remember, not the future.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. But still, even to that, he might have been able to do. It's not like he was dumb. I don't know. I feel like
he was dumb enough not to think to break the fucking thing in two. If that was his true goal.
Yeah.
Because that's why I could never be in one of these movies. Because I would have been standing there. Why didn't you just snap the fucking thing in two, Dumbledore, or Albus, or Albie? I start calling him Albie just to piss him off. Albie. You know what I mean?
Are you one of those people that if they go out in like theaters or even if you're at home, do you go? Are you one of those people that go, "Oh my god, I can't believe they didn't do this and that"? Well, like while the movie's going on, are you one of those people?
No, I do generally try to make
inside.
an effort, to try and show as much like decorum for other people and all that kind of shit.
That's
but
fair.
I do have to tell you, like, I almost caused the scene in one movie, The Avengers, right at the get go when they snapped Loki's neck in two. I was literally, I literally stood up. I was like, I'm fucking out of here. And my mate literally grabbed me by the chest. He goes, "You're not fucking leaving. You're not storming off and all this kind of shit." And I was like, "Bro, they literally just wiped off the best fucking character in the whole franchise." And then,
Yeah.
luckily, like I said, they had that thing at the end, which is like, okay, I'm stopping. I'm going with everyone else, like, because there was this big, huge move with the fellas. Are like, we're done with like investing our time into the movie. We're not going to any more movies anymore. Fuck this shit. Because like the Marvel franchise was like, okay, maybe Marvel, all this kind of shit, Hopium, as we were, all this kind of shit, Young Bucks.
Yeah.
But like that was basically the last movie I paid to see. I've not paid to see a film since, because I'm like, fuck that.
Damn.
Like to even to even have, but like I said, seeing the moves that they've made since, because like I said, I'm going to keep an eye on it, because like the way they were able to link all these other movies that seemingly were unconnected at the beginning, but then they had these like things at the end, and no one really knew what the fuck they were about at the beginning, and then all of a sudden it started tying together, and the Marvel universe became a thing and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
So like to warp all that together, and for like all these other movies to have their own stories, but so long as they had these key moments, they were like then like warp back into the quote unquote timeline and all this kind of shit. Very impressive writing skill to do that, but as we've seen, it completely went to shit. But
Yeah.
like I said, the way that the Loki TV show went has given me pause. So like I said, I've kind of like, that's why if you look at my X profile, I have a prediction there, which is part of the predictions I'm doing. One of them is a prediction about the Marvel universe. And like I was saying, if that actually comes out to come to be, that'd be insane. But Jack, unfortunately, we have reached the end of the show. It was a slow day, a bit of a slow week, but like I said, with the other moves that we've made, like I said, waking up this morning, literally as soon as I woke up, straight onto the computer to debate Destiny. Check out those videos when you get a chance.
Yeah.
But Jack, is there anything else you want to tell the folks? Any debates coming up with maybe the YouTube channel, anything like that, or any plans like that?
I mean, nothing with the YouTube channel as far as right now. I mean, I mean, there's a potentially maybe a debate coming up with JS. So hopefully get that going. I need to talk to Crazy and get in contact with him, and supposed to be doing an interview with him. So maybe I'll get the ball rolling on the YouTube. Really, I wanted to create something that wasn't this, because this name is based off Fable. If anybody's played, I think it's the first one. So I don't think I could take this name, because then I'd probably get some type of copyright by Fable or something, or something like that. I don't know. Either way, I don't want that tie-in, that just in case that happens. So I'm trying to think of a new name. So I'm kind of been working on that, but I haven't come up with anything yet. So, but yeah, we both had long days here. I've been up all day, literally worked, and then freaking
Up all night
jumped
and
on
all
VK,
day.
and then and then got on here, and anybody that didn't catch VK, go back and watch that. That was a big big fun, and obviously I'm gonna watch what you did. So yeah, busy day. So as always, thanks for having me up. Hopefully the stuff with like I said, JS gets set up easy. We'll work on that. I know he's quite busy, so I'm not bugging him too much about it, but hopefully that happened, and then Crazy, hopefully get in contact with him and get that interview set up. But other than that, like I said, just thanks for having me up, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
100%, motherfucker. You're supposed to say semi-finalist, BK. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And we need to get you to the semi-finals
pretty much almost
again.
a finalist. I want my character. That's what I want the most of. You know,
Yeah,
everyone wants
exactly.
their character. You know.
Exactly, Jack. And like I said, we need you to get back in the semifinals again. So we go, Mr. Two-time VK semifinalist right here. You know what I'm
right,
saying?
right. Get my own meme, just like Doctor
But the
Disrespect.
two-time VK finalist, you know what I mean? We're
Yeah,
one of those. Well, folks, we gotta love you and leave you. Unfortunately, we'll be back not tomorrow, but the next day for a bit of film room. We might actually review the Destiny thing. Maybe I'm not sure because there's a lot of shit that literally went down tonight. Andrew went against Eridai. I went against Destiny. Again, massive shout out to Steelman as well for that, by the way. It's unfortunate that was literally as soon as I fucking woke up, I have to go into a debate and all this kind of shit, and it was like last second, all that kind of thing. But greatly appreciate Steelborn for putting the trust in me to say, listen, I need a debate partner. Terry, are you there? So, massive shout out to Steelman. Massive shout out to Jack for his performance in the VK. Heavily suggest you all go back and watch that. Jack put in a blinder. And like I said, hopefully we get him to the W one day so he actually gets that VK character. Today, unfortunately, was a bit of a slow day, so we do get the slow day meme clip to finish off. But folks, it's been a show. I'm not sure if it's been a damn good show, but it's been a show. I'll see you on Monday.
Gentlemen, from the bottom of my heart, I know we had a bit of conflict before. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I mean 100% that you're all a bunch of pussies. I mean, you suck my balls if you think you're getting any respect out of me, you cunts.